It being Wednesday, we'll have the singing of our national anthem, today led by the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, quand on va se porter l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Yay! Beautiful voice.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Prince George, BC will be hosting the 2015 Canada Winter Games, and what a games that will be. Last week, the Minister for Sports and I had the pleasure of announcing our government's $11 million support for this event. Our government is the single largest contributor to sports in Canada and supports participation and excellence from playground to podium. The Canada Games are the country's largest domestic multi-sport event and are the pinnacle of interprovincial and territorial sport competition. The Games are held at 2-year intervals, alternating between winter and summer, and they bring together participants from across the country to share the spirit of competition and demonstrate sporting excellence and cultural diversity. The 2015 Winter Games will be a great time for the City of Prince George, the central interior of BC, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jean-Pierre Allemand.
Honourable Member for Jean-Pierre Allemand.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, more bad news was announced yesterday for the Saguenay and Lac-Saint-Jean region. In Novelis, a major primary aluminum plant, will be closing its doors on August 1st, entailing the loss of 160 quality salaried jobs. The Novelis plant is in a good position and is profitable. Offshoring this plant is the unfortunate result of market globalization and U.S. protectionism. And there is no political will on the part of the Conservative government to improve the situation or negotiate with large corporations in the interest of workers. I am speaking out against the Conservative silence, and especially that of the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Transport, who, to add insult to injury, are not even showing us the courtesy of returning our calls. I am saddened for the workers and their families, but in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, we're made of stronger stuff. We're going to roll up our sleeves and find solutions with or without the cooperation of the Conservative government.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as chair of the Canada-Armenia Friendship Group,
to commemorate a solemn anniversary. Almost 100 years ago, a policy of systemic extermination resulted in the deaths of between 1 million and 1.5 million Armenians. In recent years, both houses of Parliament have adopted resolutions referring to these events as the first genocide of the 20th century. But I draw faith, Mr. Speaker, from the Armenian people. To visit Armenia today is to enjoy a country that has grown and recovered and today enjoys democracy. And today, our Armenian Canadian communities celebrate their culture in healthy communities from Montreal to Vancouver, including in my home area of Waterloo Region. We remember this today, not to look back to 1915, but to learn from the lessons of history and to recommit ourselves to ensuring that such a tragedy never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize World Malaria Day. Many may not know that malaria was one of the biggest causes of death during the construction of the Rideau Canal. It was widespread in southern regions of Ontario up until the late 1800s. Today, malaria affects millions of people in over 100 countries. However, it's something we can't control, spread off at a very little cost. We here in Canada have an ongoing responsibility to ensure that the underdeveloped countries have the access to controlled resources. One way is through specialized nets. In 2010, 145 million nets were distributed in Africa, and up to 88.5 million this year alone. The World Health Organization of 2011 report states that there were 216 million cases of malaria in 2010, and that's causing 665,000 deaths. And Mr. Speaker, 85% of those deaths are children. Even though the report also shows progress in the fight against malaria, it's not over yet. So please, if you can, buy a net.
The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, this week is the 7th anniversary of National Victims of Crime Awareness Week. All members know of a family in their riding who have fallen victim to a crime. Our heart goes out to the victims and survivors. During Victims of Crime Week, Canadians consider how our society can help victims of crime move forward. This week, across Canada, we salute and thank the countless professionals and volunteers who respond to the call to help victims of crime move forward. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can visit www.victimsweek.gc.ca to access these services. In the hours following a dreadful, tragic crime, these Canadians help those suffering through their darkest hours. These brave and compassionate Canadians show up to stand with the victims. Our Conservative government is proud to support and stand with those who work with victims of crime and try to maintain hope for the future and the rebuilding of lives in the aftermath of criminal acts.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, yet another victim of the Conservatives' budget is the cooperative movement. We've learned that Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada had their budget cut by $254 million this year, and that has abolished the only federal program for cooperatives, that is the Cooperative Development Initiative. These cuts come just as we are celebrating in the International Year of Cooperatives, supported by Canada in the United Nations framework since 2009. The 9,000 Canadian cooperatives employ 155,000 people, and they contribute to business innovation and rural economic development. In the Outaouais region, the Quartier en Santé Cooperative will have to stop offering health services to Aboriginal peoples in northern Quebec. The Place du Marché Cooperative in Ripon will also feel the impacts of these cuts. Mr. Speaker, it is time for this government to review its priorities and reinvest in the development of our cooperatives.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Glanborough, Weston.
Mr. Speaker, according to Stats Canada, the suicide rate in this country was almost double that of the death rate for car crashes in 2007, the most recent year measured. Youth suicides are particularly disconcerting. That year, 421 youth between the ages of 15 and 24 took their own life. That's 421 too many, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of family members and friends are impacted. As a parent, the anguish they felt is unthinkable to me. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'll be very pleased to stand in this House next month in support of the member of Kitchener-Conestoga's Bill C-300 to establish a federal framework on suicide prevention. I'm confident it will encourage the many outstanding efforts taking place across this country, such as the Jack Project, a kid's health phone. Mr. Speaker, this project is the legacy of Jack Windler, a Queen's University student who died by suicide in March 2010. The project's school-based outreach program is now being piloted for a full rollout next school year, and we wish them much success.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this week is the 7th annual National Victims of Crime Awareness Week, which raises awareness about victims' issues and the programs, services, and laws in place to help victims of crime and their families. With my extensive involvement in combating modern-day slavery, I'm particularly pleased about a new program our government has announced to provide financial support to parents of missing and murdered youth. Having met many parents whose children have been tragically taken or lured from them, I know these parents face challenging financial strains in addition to significant emotional and mental burdens. This important initiative adds to our government's ongoing actions to support victims of crime, including $5.25 million for the creation and enhancement of child advocacy centres across our country and for the development of a national action plan to combat human trafficking. Working together, we must fight to end the sexual exploitation of women and youth across our nation.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate and thank the organisers of 3 fabulous Earth Day events: Victoria's Earth Walk, the Creatively United for the Planet Festival, and Oak Bay's Walk and Picnic. Thousands of Victorians and some First Nations came together to celebrate the environment. They also shared their concern about the proposed Enbridge pipeline to the west coast that would cross 1,000 streams and rivers in First Nations territory. To them, the inherent dangers of supertankers carrying raw bitumen through BC's pristine coastal waters to China is unacceptable. The spill would destroy whale and fish habitat and would cause the collapse of wild salmon fishery. British Columbians and First Nations say it's not worth the risk, and they demand to be fully consulted about this project. I commend them for standing for us all.
The honourable member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Malaria Day. According to the most recent statistics in the World Health Organization's World Malaria Report 2011, an estimated 655,000 victims died from malaria in 2010. That means 75 people an hour die, and even more tragic is that 64 of them are children under the age of 5. I've been honored to co-chair the All-Party Parliamentary Caucus on Ending Malaria, and I encourage all members to spread the word in their communities about raising malaria awareness. Our government is focusing efforts internationally to ensure that treatment is available to the most vulnerable. CEDA has invested $105 million since 2007 to the Catalytic Initiative to save 1 million lives. 48,000 Canadian-trained health workers distributed more than 4.6 million insecticide-treated mosquito nets and administered anti-malarial treatments to more than 600,000 children. On World Malaria Day, I am proud of the actions Canada has taken around the world.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. On April 15th, as part of a women's event, over 50 women met in Pierrefonds-Dollard to participate in a group discussion on the theme Women, Diversity and Community Involvement. First, 7 inspiring women, Homa Panar, Ranjana Jha, Marie-Bernadette Julien, Amita Kana, Isabelle Sayed, Jasbir Kaosayen, and Dr. Monica Spolia spoke of their roles as leaders of various projects of organizational strategy. The women present and then asked questions, sparked debate, talked about different community issues, and discussed ways of setting up networks based on common interests and needs.
We're invited to enjoy authentic meal and snacks prepared by the Hindu Mandir Temple and Projet Communautaire Pierrefonds. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizers and participants who took part in this event. I was impressed to meet so many exceptional women of my constituency, and I'm proud to represent such a dynamic and engaged community.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Veterans Affairs led a delegation to represent Canada at the 95th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. In addition, 5,000 Canadian youth traveled to Vimy. These outstanding youth have made it their duty to keep the torch of remembrance lit. The bravery and perseverance shown by the young Canadians who fought during the Battle of Vimy Ridge is mirrored in a new generation. These young Canadians know the sacrifices made at Vimy Ridge and will move forward and shape the future of our great country with the same courage, determination, and pride as those who fought 95 years ago. Mr. Speaker, the presence of these youth at Vimy gives me confidence that in the years to come, Canada will be in good hands, that these young Canadians will ensure the sacrifices made by past generations will be remembered, and the Canadian values they fought for will be preserved and they will be upheld. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of all Canadians who may be nervous about spending time on the ocean surrounding Newfoundland and Labrador after today. As the diligent staff at the Maritime Rescue Subcentre in St. John's spend their last day protecting the lives of mariners as usual, and all who travel along the longest coastline in Canada, flags throughout Newfoundland and Labrador fly at half-mast. This morning in Ottawa at the meeting of Transport Canada's Standing Committee on Fishing Vessel Safety, all members of the committee observed a moment of silence in support of the Maritime Rescue Subcentre and in fear for the lives that may be lost as a result of the closure. On average, the centre has overseen the response to 500 calls a year, many of them distress calls, resulting in approximately 600 lives saved annually. The intimate knowledge of the employees have of Newfoundland and Labrador's coastline undoubtedly was a key factor in these rescues from the unforgiving elements of the North Atlantic. I ask all members to join me in recognizing the critical and exemplary service provided by the employees of the MRSC in St. John's, and trust that all who travel at sea, especially those who spend months at sea to earn a living for their families, will remain safe. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am deeply saddened today to learn that the tomb of Private Jonathan Couturier was senselessly vandalized in a cemetery in Loretteville, Quebec. Private Couturier lost his life in 2009 when an IED exploded near his vehicle in Afghanistan. It is truly shameful that the eternal rest of this young man, who gave his life in the service of our great country, was disturbed in this fashion. It is crucial, Mr. Speaker, that we remember those who gave their lives while fighting for Canada. These cruel acts of vandalism against our fallen heroes are simply unacceptable. I sincerely hope that the vandals will be held accountable for their actions. I also hope that the memory of the generosity of the men and women who laid down their lives for our country will be forever engraved in our memories, and that their sacrifices will be commemorated. Mr. Speaker, we will remember.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Since Nortel entered bankruptcy in 2009, its workers have seen their pension plans devastated, their disability income lost, and their health benefits vanish. Now predatory vulture investors who bought Nortel shares for 12 cents on the dollar are trying to claim the full dollar value with interest, draining funds needed to pay for the benefits of former Nortel employees. How is this possible? Because Conservatives, like the Liberals before them, have refused to amend our bankruptcy laws to protect employees from predatory investors. Mr. Speaker, this situation is shameful. It's wrong to put these speculators chasing a quick buck ahead of the hard-working Nortel employees who spent a lifetime building the company. Nortel pensioners want the government to amend the bankruptcy laws and move pensioners and disability recipients to the front of the line. Mr. Speaker, is anyone over there listening? Will anyone from the government stand up and do the right thing for Nortel pensioners?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder the NDP advocates for a private member's bill that would restrict the ability of members of Parliament to represent their constituents' issues in the way they best see fit. Just a while back, the member from St. Marie Champlain decided the NDP wasn't the party she expected it would be and found a home elsewhere in the opposition benches. And then this week, the muzzled member for Thunder Bay Superior North broke his silence. After being muzzled and silenced again by the NDP leader, the Northwestern Ontario member crossed the floor to sit as an independent. I hope he continues to stand for the interests of rural and northern voters like he did when he stood with our government in his support to end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. Mr. Speaker, now we see why the NDP support a ban on floor crossing, as they clearly see they have no support to gain, just members to lose.
Questions are out. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, here is what the Prime Minister said in 2009, and I quote, "The military mission in Afghanistan will end in 2011. I have said it here, and I have said it across the country. In fact, I think I said it recently in the White House." End of quote. It is 2012 now, and our soldiers are still in Afghanistan. And my question is, has Canada received a request from the United States to keep our soldiers in Afghanistan after 2014? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the presence of our military in Afghanistan is determined by this House. They are helping the Afghan forces take on more responsibility for their own security. It is in the interest of Afghanistan and our national interest that this should happen. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Resting, in the past, the Prime Minister was perfectly willing to discuss with this House what the White House has told him to do. Lawrence Cannon, Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, said in 2010, quote, "We might be pressured, obviously, but I think the Prime Minister has made this perfectly clear. March of 2014 is when we will be leaving." We've heard those words before. We were supposed to be out before. Are we being pressured again to keep soldiers in Afghanistan beyond 2014?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm told we haven't had this specific request from the United States. And whether it comes or not, let me be very clear. Canada will make its own determination in this regard. We have our forces there now to help train the Afghan security forces because it is in the interest of our country that Afghanistan do not become once again a safe haven for terrorism, and also in our interest that in order to prevent that, the Afghans themselves assume greater responsibility for their own security. And our government will make any decisions it makes with those best interests of our own country and the world community at large.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That was artful. That specific request. We'll see what that means. Canadians do not want yet another conservative extension of the mission in Afghanistan, and the NDP will not support one. Canadians have been perfectly clear. They want our troops home. They want this mission to end. It was supposed to end in 2006. It was supposed to end in 2009. It was supposed to end in 2011. It is supposed to end in 2014. When will it finally end?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not a remarkable statement that the NDP won't support the mission. The NDP couldn't even make up its mind to support World War II, that mission. But, Mr. Speaker, Canada's been involved in Afghanistan with the support of most of the parties in the House for some years. Our plan at the current time is obviously for the mission that goes to 2014, but we will examine, as we approach that date, we will examine all options, and we will take the decision that is in the best interest of this country and in the best interest of our security objectives for the globe, and not an ideological, knee-jerk response like the NDP.
Canadians are taking note. They won't deny it. In 2006, the Conservative platform pledged that Parliament would vote on the commitment of Canadian forces to foreign operations. By 2010, that had been artfully amended to combat missions. Will there be another amendment now? Will Parliament only review the missions that the Prime Minister feels like discussing?
Good question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
All of the military missions committed to under this government have come before this House. The mission in Libya, which this House approved, the extension, we did not begin the mission to Afghanistan, but the extensions of that mission, and certainly should there be any other significant military missions, we are committed to getting the consent of Parliament before we act. That's been our action, and that's what we'll do in the future.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And yet, here is the truth. In 2006, the Prime Minister said, in the last election campaign, we made a commitment to submit our international treaties and our military commitments to a vote in the House. He added, before sending diplomats, humanitarian workers, or soldiers on dangerous missions abroad, it is important to be able to tell them that parliamentarians share their objectives and support their work. This is what they promised. This time, will Parliament be able to vote on the presence of our soldiers in Afghanistan after 2014? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is quite right. We have made that commitment, and we have upheld that commitment. We will continue to fulfill that commitment.
Mr. Speaker, on the 17th of November 2010, the Prime Minister accused the then Leader of the Opposition of wanting to tear up jobs by tearing up the contract, and then said so he implies there, clearly states that there was, in fact, a contract with respect to the F-35. Yep. It's a statement the Prime Minister repeated again during the election campaign. Mr. Speaker, if there was, in fact, no contract, which is what the Prime Minister is now saying, and he's saying there is, in fact, still no contract, why did the Prime Minister mislead the House on the 17th of November 2010?
Good question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No such thing, Mr. Speaker. I think Canadians and the industry understand full well that Canada's participation in the development of the F-35 and the next generation of fighter aircraft is intrinsic to the work that Canadian companies have received. It's almost $500 million in contracts that have come to the industry of this country, and obviously this government will continue to support our Air Force as well as our aerospace industry.
And the lack of standards with respect to even being prepared to admit to having said something that he said, that might explain also the conduct of the Minister of International Cooperation. It might also explain what's going on at the Old Port of Montreal. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, how does he feel about the revelations today showing clearly an abuse of office, a misspending of public dollars, catered meals, limousines, the same pattern we've seen over with the Minister of International Cooperation? How do you explain this kind of activity at the heart of his government?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, the agency in question is an independent Crown corporation, but as you will know well, the government has established strict rules and expects those to be respected. When they're not respected, appropriate action is taken, and that's why in all these categories we spend vastly less than the previous Liberal government did.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the reason there are problems with the rules is because the Prime Minister himself does not follow the rules. He is continuing to mislead the House when he talks about a contract which does not exist and has never existed. He has claimed, though, that it exists. Maybe this explains the problems with the Old Port in Montreal and elsewhere. Will the minister repay the costs of the limousine that she took? That has not been done. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What is very clear is that the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Liberal Party, is confused. The minister apologized and repaid the money.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative mismanagement of the F-35 fiasco is so bad that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is going to look at the government books on this troubled jet for a second time. The PBO can help shed light on the government's attempt to cover up the $10 billion difference between what they said it would cost and the actual price tag. Will the government agree to fully cooperate with the PBO this time and provide all the necessary financial information so that he can get to the bottom of this?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been very clear that we want this process to be transparent. I welcome the PBO. I assume that the Department of National Defence will be forthcoming with all of the documents necessary that the PBO needs, and of course also in meeting the recommendation of the Auditor General, which is to update the costs of the F-35 and make those public here in Parliament to all of us.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Assume, Mr. Speaker, if they really did that, it would be a first. The Minister of Defence's accounting excuse was so bad last week that the PBO has been compelled to reopen the file. Last time the PBO had trouble even getting simple costing information from the government and especially from the Department of Defence. Will the Defence Minister stop trying to cover his tracks? Will he direct is the department to fully assist the PBO and actually provide the information they've been hiding from the public.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General did pronounce on this issue, and we have agreed with all of his recommendations and his conclusions, and we've put in place a 7-point plan to ensure full transparency and accountability. And the, of course, #1 recommendation is that the Department of National Defence update their cost estimates for the F-35 and table those in Parliament.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It isn't just the Parliamentary Budget Office that's asking serious questions about the F-35. Even the Royal Canadian Air Force says that the government's plan is not working. Decision makers in the Canadian Forces are concerned that the budget for the F-35s won't even cover training costs. This isn't a clerical error. This is mismanagement. I would like to know whether the Minister of Public Works will be improvising as well, or whether she'll get serious about coming up with a plan B. The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, we have accepted the recommendations and the conclusions of the Auditor General, and we expect full transparency and accountability from the Department of National Defence when they come forward to table their updated cost estimates on the F-35 to all parliamentarians.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, the Air Force says there's not going to be enough money to cover pilot training. Now, that's important because those guys know that flying these things is a little more complicated than sitting in one for a photo op. But let me ask the Minister of Defence to come out from behind his desk and answer a simple question. DND's own costing handbook says a good rule of thumb is to take the acquisition price for the planes and multiply it by 4, and that's the total life cycle cost. Now, he may need a calculator for this, but I know the Minister can do the math. So why did he tell Canadians that this was going to cost only $15 billion? The
Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the members' advice on this, but I do believe that the Auditor General's recommendation is a sound one, it's a good one, and we fully expect the Department of National Defence to come forward very transparently with updated cost estimates for the government and for all of Parliament.
Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Minister of Conflict of Interest is once again in the crosshairs of the Ethics Commissioner, keeping a minister in Cabinet who gets caught in so many scandalous situations, just maintains the culture of impunity that is infecting this government. One might think that the government's economic recovery plan is about creating jobs in the Ethics Commissioner's office. When will the Prime Minister be consistent and indicate clearly that the Minister of Industry's actions are unacceptable? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Point out that the title that the honourable member used originally is actually not a title of any minister in this government, so I would ask him to be a little bit more respectful in posing his questions in this House. In terms of the question he asked, there's absolutely nothing new in this story. The minister will, of course, assist the Ethics Commissioner in responding to the letter that the Liberals have written.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite. By doing nothing, the Prime Minister sends a clear message. Everything is fine. Do what you want. And the Minister of International Cooperation certainly learned that lesson. We know that there are luxury retreats at Mont-Tremblant. Even we learned that this morning. 5-star lunches and so on. It seems that the government really needs to send a message that there needs to be an ethical change, that that rules should be followed.
Mr. Speaker, in all matters, we have been clear that our government is, of course, managing the taxpayers' dollars carefully. That's why Canada is in a better position fiscally than any of the other major developed economies. That's why we've been focusing on getting our budget balanced, and that's why we've been clear in the conduct of all public officials and all ministers that we expect them to conduct business at reasonable cost. That's what we see from this government. That's why our expenses are so much lower than the Liberals before us.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians he'd clean up Ottawa. Instead, he's letting his friends run roughshod over the taxpayer. Exhibit A, the Minister of International Cooperation. Do you remember the $16,000 limo bill she had in 2006? Or the $5,000 limo joyride at the Junos? Now it's $3,000 in London. I'm sorry, but if every time you get caught you say sorry, it just doesn't sound honest. So she's been caught. She's been paying for the orange juice. Big deal. Will she stand up and pay for the frivolous limo ride she dinged the taxpayers with in London? Yes or no?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said before, the Minister has repaid the inappropriate expenses in this matter and has, of course, apologized to this House. As I've said many times, our government expects that ministers' business and all public officials will conduct business with the greatest respect for the taxpayers' dollars. And that is, for example, the reason why, compared with the previous government, our costs of ministerial travel are 15% lower. That's what the taxpayers want to see, a government that respects taxpayers' dollars, and that's what we will continue to do.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, if they respected taxpayers, they'd have their honourable members stand up and be accountable instead of hiding in the doghouse or behind the minister. You know, a simple sorry will not suffice. This was a minister who was found in contempt of the Canadian Parliament, a minister who's racked up thousands in frivolous bills, a minister who tells hardworking Canadians that, I'm sorry, a five-star hotel just isn't posh enough for me. So if she won't answer, I'll ask the man in charge. When you have an ethically challenged minister, what does she have to do in order to get kicked out of his Cadillac cabinet?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the opposition member makes a number of accusations and allegations that are simply not correct. In terms of accountability, the minister has been fully accountable, was accountable in this House, and has in effect repaid all inappropriate expenses. The important consideration for all taxpayers is that the government is interested in seeing that taxpayers' dollars are respected and managed carefully. That is what our government has been doing, and that is why our expenses, notwithstanding inflation, our expenses continue to be 15% lower on ministerial travel than that of the previous Liberal government. We will continue to stay focused on ensuring taxpayers' dollars are treated with the greatest of respect.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, while the Minister of International Cooperations continued to take limousines and stay in the swankiest hotels in the world, her department is cutting nearly $400 million in assistance to the poorest countries, $1,000 a day to travel around at a conference to apparently save children's lives when for only $14 a child can be vaccinated against malaria. Can the Mimosa minister's excesses be moderated and funding be restored for those who really need it?
Mr.
Speaker, as I have said a number of times, the minister has paid back inappropriate expenses. Our government requires that any travel by government officials be done at the best possible price for taxpayers. Our travel has been reduced in cost by 15% when we compare with the Liberal government.
West.
Mr. Speaker, while his ministers are sipping $16 glasses of orange juice from the back of their limousines abroad, and this government is pleading poverty at home. Coincidentally, $16 per day is almost exactly what the average old-age pensioner is expected to live on every day. That was, by the way, until the Prime Minister attacked the pensioners now. So the Prime Minister has effectively pulled $16 per day out of the pockets of low-income seniors and handed to the CETA Minister to pay for her orange juice. Why has the Prime Minister launched an attack on seniors, yet ignores the out-of-control extravaganza out of his...
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this question from the honourable member is indeed surprising. This is an honourable member who made considerable violations of the rules of ethics in terms of her own expenses that she filed personally through the House of Commons. That's a matter of public record. And of course, she has her own problems when she was a minister. The fact is we see a difference on this side in that we have attempted to have respect for the taxpayers' dollars throughout. That's why our travel expenses are lower. And when it comes to hospitality, something she of course knows about, under our government, the hospitality costs for ministers are 1/3 less than they were under the Liberal government.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2012 is Canada's Environmental Inaction Plan. This government has gutted environmental regulations, put our waters and fisheries at risk, and muzzled nonpartisan scientists whose work contradicts the flawed ideology of this government. Instead of evidence-based decision-making, Cabinet will use ideology to overrule the National Energy Board. Can the minister stand and explain why he is willing to risk the health, safety, and in many cases, the livelihoods of Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that the resource development legislation will enhance in a very significant way environmental protection. We will invest an additional $165 million to improve maritime safety and pipeline safety. We'll make sure that all tankers are double-hulled, that there will be mandatory pilotage, that there will be aerial surveillance, that there will be a 50% increase in the safety inspection of pipelines. This government is committed to environmental protection.
Wow.
Right, the honourable member for Westmount, Marie. Mr. Speaker, my colleague for Scarborough-Guildwood took action, and the parliamentary budget officer has called for the proper documents to be able to establish the real cost of the 35-year life cycle of the F-35. And this, we know that it will be the number used by the Auditor General and the American Congress. Will the government accede to this request? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I am familiar with the costing assumptions that the parliamentary budget officer makes. My office has already met with him to ask his advice, and as I said, we accept the recommendation and the conclusions of the Auditor General. We fully expect the Department of National Defence to table their updated cost estimates for the F-35, and when that is done, we would welcome the parliamentary budget officer to review them.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage attempted to put together a public relations campaign to show that he's championing culture, but it's just not standing up. Today, workers in Montreal at Radio-Canada are on the street to protest the strong-arm tactics that the Conservatives are using against the public broadcaster. There's another 10% in cuts. Frankly, yes or no? Is that what they mean by reinvesting in culture? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. First of all, on the issue of Radio-Canada CBC, they have the money that they need to deliver the goods up till 2015. In terms of artists, our government has increased funding for them, for the Canada Council of the Arts, and protected each of our investments at an unprecedented level in the budget for 2012, and that is the budget that that member voted down.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the minister likes to sing a pretty tune. Too bad he doesn't like to pay the Canadian artists that write the songs. The Conservative notion of promoting Canadian culture is to rob it from Canadians. They've mugged musicians to the tune of $20 million. They've kneecapped the CBC and Telefilm, and they're closing Cinerobotech in Montreal and the NFB studios in Toronto. How can this minister claim to support Canadian culture when he constantly takes a sledgehammer to its very foundations?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Heather Ostertag, the former CEO of Factor, said, quote, "What is offered to Canadian artists is, quote, the envy of the world. We have increased our funding for the Canada Council of the Arts by 20% and protected that. The CBC has enough money enough money to deliver on their mandate in the Broadcast Act and to deliver on their 2015 plan. The honourable member says opposite that we're taking money away from artists. What utter nonsense. What he's talking about is the NDP proposal to amend our Copyright Act to impose a new tax on consumers on iPods and cell phones and BlackBerries, punishing consumers, treating them like criminals, forcing them to pay higher taxes. It is utterly out of line, and it's not in the interest of consumers or in artists.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, not only do these senseless cuts to our culture put our culture at risk, it's also putting the health of Canadians at risk. While the minister is trying to cover the real impact of his cuts to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency by saying frontline services won't be affected, the reality is the opposite. CFIA inspectors are briefing staff as we talk about cuts to important inspection programs. In fact, they're cutting the oversight of meat products imported from the U.S. Will the minister come clean and tell us which frontline CFIA programs are being cut?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned yesterday, our food safety system here in Canada is superior. This was contained in a report on OECD countries. Our cost-saving measures will not affect food safety. And I want to remind this House, as I did yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that in this very last budget that we tabled, we included an additional $50 million to improve food safety in Canada. This member voted against that. His colleagues voted against that. But, Mr. Speaker, he has a chance to redeem himself when we start voting on the budget implementation bills.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the minister's explanation doesn't hold water. He can't say that no services will be affected when, in fact, 10% of the CFIA's budget is being cut. Management at the agency informed inspectors of cuts to certain inspection programs. It's like the government didn't learn any lesson from the crisis in Walkerton or from the Listeriosa crisis. Why is the government jeopardizing the lives of Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I said was that no cost reduction measure would be detrimental to food safety. We have hired more than 700 additional inspectors staff members since 2006, and what I also said was that it was the opposition that voted against an additional $51 million for food safety in our most recent budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as a woman, a mother, and a member of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, I was absolutely horrified and saddened by the recent Ontario Court of Appeal ruling on prostitution. Constituents in my own riding of Scarborough Centre, and Canadians for that matter right across our great country, are very concerned about this ruling and the impact it will have on women, families, and our communities. Can the Minister of Justice please update this House with regards to the government's decision and position on the Bedford prostitution challenge?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this honourable member for that question. After consideration of the ruling from the Ontario Court of Appeal with regards to the Bedford prostitution challenge, I'm pleased to inform this House that the Government of Canada will seek leave to appeal this decision to the Supreme Court of Canada. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that a binding national decision is required. Prostitution is harmful for society as it exploits Canada's most vulnerable people, especially women. Canadians can continue to count on this government to protect those who are vulnerable to this kind of exploitation. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
The minister's claim that his sweeping changes to the Fisheries Act are all about farmers' ditches smelled rotten from the start. Internal documents show his department was working to, quote, expedite the approval of large natural resource development proposals, unquote. And yesterday, he admitted the changes will benefit major industrial projects like Northern Gateway Pipeline. Mr. Speaker, when will this minister drop the fishtail and admit that he's selling out our fisheries to his big business buddies?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the member opposite has his facts all wrong. In fact, we are focusing fish and fish habitat protection rules on Canadian fisheries, not on farmers and their fields, Mr. Speaker. This is not about paving way for pipelines. It's about allowing cottage owners to build a dock, farmers to clean an irrigation ditch, and municipalities to repair their supports and conduct routine maintenance on ditches, Mr. Speaker. A matter of fact, I have a quote here from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. These reforms will make it easier for governments to set clear, sensible priorities for protecting fish habitats. Currently, the Fisheries Act applies the same protections to rivers and streams.
I'll have to stop the minister there.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Canadians don't believe the minister's fishing stories. The minister has removed the word habitat from the Act, despite a promise. Now, beyond the words, what we're concerned the most about is his plan, which will destroy fish habitat in our rivers, lakes, and streams. It doesn't have anything to do with flooded fields, but everything to do with their obsession to build pipelines as quickly as they can. Why is the minister putting the interests of large corporations ahead of sustainable development of our resources? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. That's two questions in a row that have their facts entirely wrong, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this is a quote from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Reforms will make it easier for governments to set clear, sensible priorities for protecting fish habitats. Currently, the Fisheries Act applies the same protections to rivers and streams as municipal drains and farmers' irrigation channels. That doesn't make sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians that he wouldn't reopen the debate on abortion. But tomorrow, one of his Conservative members will do precisely that. Canadian women fought to win that right many decades ago. Why won't the Prime Minister clearly denounce these attempts by his own caucus to reopen that debate?
The honourable member knows the rules with respect to private members' bills, and that bill will be debated as all other private members' bills are debated in this House in accordance with the rules of the House. I don't see why that should be a problem for the honourable member.
Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, during the election and in the House, this Conservative government has said that they are not going to be reopening the abortion debate. But that's exactly what they're doing in this very House. While other members have done this in the past, the Prime Minister has done something to stop it. This is not the case this time. He's saying one thing in the House, while through the back door he's rolling back Canadian women's rights. Will the Prime Minister stand up right now in this House and tell his party that a woman's right to choose in Canada in 2012 is not up to negotiation?
Order, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
The government's position has been very clear, but unlike the NDP, we don't muzzle our members as they now do, Mr. Speaker. And this bill will be debated, as all private members' bills will be debated.
Order, the Honourable Member for Wascana.
Free at last! Speaker, with the long-delayed rail service review, will the government introduce a new law this spring to require railways to conclude enforceable level of service agreements with all their shippers, and in every case, without any tiers or categories among the shippers? Will all agreements include 6 mandatory elements: services and obligations, communication rules, performance standards, performance metrics, consequences for non-performance, and dispute settlement mechanisms? Will we get this law this spring, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to introducing legislation that will provide shippers with service agreement, template, and dispute resolution guidelines. I would also like to thank Mr. Denning, for all the work and his team he made to the facilitation review. But you know, Mr. Speaker, they are waiting since a long time. They waited 13 years for Liberals to do something. We are delivering, sir.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today in question period, we heard the government House Leader claim that the Minister of International Cooperation had repaid all inappropriate expenses. So a simple question. Can the House Leader tell us if he believes that wasting $1,000 a day on a chauffeur-driven limo when a free shuttle was available is an appropriate expense? Yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've been clear, and the Minister has answered on this and has apologized, and inappropriate expenses were paid. As I've said, our approach is always to respect the taxpayers' dollars, ensure that travel is undertaken at a reasonable cost. A reasonable cost to us is one that is significantly lower than that under the Liberals, and that's what we've been doing.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
We need to put this question to the Minister of International Cooperation. I asked her a straightforward question. Will she pay back $3,000 in frivolous limousine expenses? She refused to answer. I'm giving her a second chance because I was disturbed by the House Leader who said that she's only on the hook for appropriate costs. So the question is, will she pay that money back, or does the Prime Minister believe that her luxury lifestyle overseas is perfectly appropriate for Canadian taxpayers to foot the bill? Will she pay, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered this numerous times. The Minister has repaid the inappropriate costs. I think that's what the public would expect. That's what the opposition would expect. And I don't think she would be asked to repay costs that were appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, for the Conservatives, Quebec is a little bit like Atlantis, a mysterious country they don't know anything about. The announced closure of the offices of Economic Development Canada in Laval and Montérégie shows that they're abandoning the regions. The mission of the agency is, and I quote, to support communities and SMEs to enable them to participate in the economy. For a government that's boasting about making the economy a priority, this decision is ill-conceived. Will they reverse that decision?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To remind my colleague of what Quebec is all about I'll say this, last week I was in Rouen-Noranda, I made some announcements, I was in Victoriaville as well. We've crisscrossed the province, there isn't an office in Victoriaville or Rwanda, and that didn't prevent us from going there to make announcements. We are facing streamlining of administrative costs. It won't have any impact on clients of the agency. They will continue to do the work throughout the province as they have done.
Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, our government's top priority is creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. Today, our government made an important announcement on improving the temporary foreign worker program. When Canadian businesses have made every effort to hire Canadians and cannot find the workers that they need, it is important that they may be able to access temporary foreign workers in a very timely manner. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration update the House on how we are reducing red tape when it comes to temporary foreign workers?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
First, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the hard-working and diligent Member of Parliament tremendous work.
Doesn't get any better.
The best chairman of finance we've ever had in this place, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that today the Minister of Human Resources announced a streamlined process for labour market opinions to ensure that where Canadians are not applying for work that is must be done in our economy, that employers will be able more quickly and readily to access qualified temporary foreign workers. Under the new accelerated labour market opinion for trusted employers, they will be able to get an LMO in 10 days, Mr. Speaker, to keep the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
The issue is not complicated. I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to respond to it. The apology from the Minister of International Cooperation and her payback came only eight months after it was discovered and made public. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister is responsible for these standards. Is $1,000 a day for a limousine for a minister in London, when such a cost was clearly not necessary or required for the job, is that appropriate or is it not appropriate? Why won't the Prime Minister of Canada answer that simple question?
Yes. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already answered this question, as has the Minister, as have I, and that is that the Minister has repaid all inappropriate costs.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have always had a hard time when it comes with balancing a relationship with China. You'll remember in 2009, this government made international headlines when it was gave the duck to the Dalai Lama. We understand that we must have a professional relationship with the Chinese, but, you know, that doesn't mean ducking a meeting with the Dalai Lama. So the question is, will the Prime Minister accept the invitation to the Dalai Lama, sit down and meet with him this weekend?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, this government has very carefully balanced our relationship. We have important economic and diplomatic relationships with China. At the same time, we do express our concerns on human rights and democracy in that country. And, of course, the Dalai Lama, as I recently told Chinese officials, is an honorary Canadian citizen of this country, respected by all parties in the House, and I do, in fact, meet with him, and that is the position.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, last week we learned of yet another disturbing political prosecution in Ukraine, of former Defense Minister Valery Ivanchenko, who was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Then yesterday we received even more troubling news from Ukraine. There are reports that former Prime Minister Yulia Tymoshenko was injured while being forcibly removed from her prison cell. This is yet another example of mistreatment that Mrs. Tymoshenko has faced at the hands of the Ukrainian authorities. The situation of Mrs. Tymoshenko and other political prisoners in Ukraine is deeply concerning. Can the Foreign Affairs Minister please update this House on the state of affairs in Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank the member for his question. I know he is so well respected, even members of the third party want to thank him for his hard work on Ukrainian relations. We're deeply concerned with the latest reports from the Ukraine on Ms. Tymoshenko's situation. We call on Ukrainian authorities to ensure that she receives the medical treatment that is required. As usual, Canada stands ready to provide medical support if she requests it. We also call on the Ukrainian government to take the necessary steps to strengthen their democratic institutions and to respect the rights of all of its citizens, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The agreement on the strategy for partnerships in fighting homelessness is clear. Quebec makes its choices and chooses its priorities in this area. But the Office of the Minister of Human Resources refused to grant to RAPSIM, even though it had been approved by all of the necessary committees. The agreement has existed for 12 years, and this is the first time it hasn't been respected in this way. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister justify this attack on a network which is spearheading the work to fight homelessness in Montreal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. You know, housing is an important step towards self-sufficiency and helping vulnerable Canadians contribute to their community and to the economy. We've had a substantive homelessness partnership strategy funded through to 2014. This government is focused on making sure that low-income families are well supported, that they have a roof over their heads so that they can contribute to their community and to the economy. I encourage the NDP in the future to support our initiatives to make sure that those homeless people find a home and have a roof over their heads.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, with a body like that, Alizé doesn't need a script to catch a man's eye. She just needs to be there. We're looking at one bad girl. Now, those are the kind of words that can be found in a magazine that's received funding by the government using our taxpayers' money. This government's cut the National Film Board and the contribution agreement for women's health. Will the Minister of Canadian Heritage change standards so that grants don't go to magazines of such questionable quality? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the program that my colleague is talking about, it doesn't in fact make the decisions with respect to magazines. It is the officials that use criteria and standards.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, déposé document. What's that?
The honourable member for HoC on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the unanimous consent of the House, I would like to table this document that we contributed to paying for to the tune of $191,000. I would like to table it so that all the members of this House, including my female colleagues, should note it, including the Minister of Heritage, who says that he has nothing to do with this and who appears not to want to change the regulations because that is something he could do, because they're indirectly supporting this type of unacceptable document, that this type of magazine should exist. Well, that's not a problem, but that we should not be paying for it. So with the unanimous consent of the House, I would like to table it.
Member have unanimous consent of the House to table? No. There's no consent. The honourable member for Toronto Centre on a point of order.
Speaker, I just wanted to advise you that I would appreciate the opportunity to respond to the comments made by the House Leader with respect to the point of privilege that I raised on the subject of the Auditor General's report. And I appreciate the opportunity to do that tomorrow, if that's possible.
The Speaker I'll look forward to hearing further submissions on this question. Any other points of order? No? Okay. Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 38.6, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 11 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. Tabling of documents? Oh. Est-ce que ça, c'est un rapport de délégation interparlementaire?
Is this a report of interparliamentary delegations? So we're only at tabling of documents, so in a few minutes we will come to that part of the heading.
Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports of interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34, Paragraph 1, I have the honour to present in this House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in 3 combined visits which occurred consecutively. The first was the visit of the Mediterranean Special Group held in La Maddalena, Italy, from July 4th and 5th, 2011. The second was the joint meeting of the Ukraine-NATO Interparliamentary Council, the Subcommittee on NATO Partnerships, and the Subcommittee on Democratic Governance held in Kiev, Ukraine from July 5th to 7th, 2011. And, Mr. Speaker, the third was the visit of the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defense and Security Cooperation held in Rome, Italy from July 6 to 7, 2011. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of tabling in this House in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie, International Conference on Benchmarking and Self-Assessment for Democratic Parliaments of the APF, in Paris, France, on March 3rd and 4th, 2010. Second, the Parliamentary Network to Fight HIV/AIDS and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, APF, in Casablanca and Marrakesh, Morocco, from March 27th to 31st, 2010. Third, the Parliamentary Seminar on Democracy and Economic Good Governance, the Role of Parliament and the APF in Cotonou, Benin, November 10th and 11th, 2010. Fourth, the Bureau meeting, Conference of Branch Chairs of the Americas, Steering Committee of the Network of Women Parliamentarians, and the Education, Communication and Cultural Affairs Committee and the Interparliamentary Conference on the Diversity of Cultural Expressions of the APF in Quebec City, Quebec, from January 30th to February 3rd, 2011. 5th, the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie in Clermont-Ferrand, France, on April 5th and 6th, 2011. And lastly, the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie Political Committee Lomé-Togo, March 14 to 16, 2012. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of tabling in this House in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the meeting of the Standing Committee in Paris, France, on March 15th and 16th, 2012.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
President, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to introduce in both official languages the third report on the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, Bill S4, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act and to make consequential amendments to the Canada Transportation Act.
And has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
Well done. Member for Niagara West Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development concerning the human rights in North Korea, in particular the fate of Ms. Sin Suk-yeol and her two daughters.
Introduction of private members' bills. Madame Mourani, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Mourani, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves for leave to introduce an act respecting the extraterritorial activities of Canadian businesses and entities, establishing the Canadian Extraterritorial Activities Review Commission, and making consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the government allowed Barrick Gold, a mining company with a tarnished international reputation, inaugurate a fair in its name on its behalf at the Canadian Museum of Civilizations. So it's a very lucky coincidence that I am tabling this bill today. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry said, "We do not inherit the world of our parents. We are merely borrowing the world from our children." Our moral responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to future generations is not to leave things to our children. We must first and foremost protect the inheritance, the heritage of our children, and use only what is necessary for ourselves. Development must not only be viable and sustainable, it must also be done in a spirit of sharing and solidarity. So, in accordance with this vision of the world, I am tabling a bill seeking the creation of a Canadian Extraterritorial Activities Review Commission, aiming to define the behavior of these companies so that they can act responsibly with regard to the environment and also with regard to human rights. Citizens from across Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and as well as in Canada and elsewhere in the world, have reported that mining companies take advantage of the fact that they are outside of Canada to act irresponsibly and in some cases even in a criminal manner. So company leaders who use the weakness of certain states to their advantage, they do so whereas they would not do so in Canada. So the government must take its responsibility and equip itself with tools in order to monitor this kind of behavior and provide oversight to ensure that Canadian companies abroad become our ambassadors and put forward our values instead of tarnishing our reputation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Mourani, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When should the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition
circulated by the Dogwood Initiative in British Columbia and signed by over 57,000 people that reflects the large number of people in BC who do not support the Enbridge project along our coast. This petition notes that the pristine coastal waters of northern BC have been protected from bulk crude oil tankers by a moratorium of oil tanker traffic since 1972, and it calls on the government to convert the moratorium into a permanent ban on tanker traffic. They say in this petition that tanker traffic on the West Coast poses an unacceptable environmental risk and that an oil spill would be devastating to the economy, to the fragile ecosystem of northern coastal BC, and to the coastal communities that rely on it for their livelihoods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Speaker, I'd like to present to the House a petition signed by over 300 of my constituents. The petition raises concerns about potential health effects related to the electromagnetic radiation emitted from cell phone towers. I share these concerns, and I believe the precautionary principle must be used when determining where cell phone towers are installed. I'm happy to present this petition for a response from our government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Random Muir and St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians from coast to coast to coast who, again, take great exception to the government's decision to raise the eligibility age for OAS from 65 to 67, something that the Liberal Party would never do. Mr. Speaker, these people are explaining that, for those who work in physically challenging environments, who look forward to being able to retire in comfort at the age 65, to now have to work an additional 2 years is just unconscionable. And they're suggesting that the government reverse this decision, and the impact that this will have on our young people who are right now the highest unemployed and underemployed in the country. This decision will have a drastic impact on them in terms of being able to find employment. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Ancaster Dundas Farnborough West, out of point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to you before about this in respect to standing orders regarding petitions and the fact that a member, when presenting a petition, is supposed to not speak for or against a petition. Clearly, I think in this case that there was some preference shown to the petition, and I just think that we should follow the rules and standing orders of the House.
I'll take a look at that. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ever since the Prime Minister fled to Davos, Switzerland to announce that he would be raising the age of OAS eligibility from 65 to 67, Canadians from across the country have been signing petitions to urge the government to change its mind. I'm proud to present petitions today signed by literally hundreds of people from my hometown of Hamilton who are joining that campaign. They rightly point out that only 31% of Canadians have been able to contribute to RRSPs, and even then, many saw their savings evaporate in the recent market downturn. The petitioners also note that only 40% of Canadians have workplace pensions, and the future of many of those pension plans is increasingly tenuous. Since over 250,000 seniors are now living in poverty, and public pensions provide at most $15,000 to the typical retiree, the petitioners are calling on the government to drop its ill-considered change to the OAS, maintain the current age of eligibility, and make the requisite investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty.
The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition from constituents in beautiful Langley. The petition says that where Canada's 400-year-old definition of a human being says a child does not become a human being until a moment of complete birth, contrary to 21st century medical evidence. They're calling upon Parliament to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as a human being by amending Section 223 of the Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition from my constituents in Kingston and the Islands, and they have written because they are concerned about the legitimacy of Canada's electoral process and the threat posed to it by the voter suppression that we've seen in the last election. They ask the government to conduct a full inquiry into the voter suppression that occurred, to provide for remedies in case suppression has been found, and to create deterrence for voter suppression in future elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a petition
signed by over 57,000 people, mostly from BC, who would like to see a permanent legislated ban on oil tanker traffic off BC's coast in order to protect the wonderful environment we have there. Here they sit.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of several hundred residents in Essex and Kent counties who call attention to the need for the Thames River, which is a heritage river, to be dredged, and they're calling on Parliament to find necessary funds to have the boating channel from the mouth of the Thames River out to Lake St. Clair dredged to a depth of 8 feet to allow safe boating access. Thank you.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition regarding CCSVI. The petitioners understand that the government will fund a trial, but question the non-announcement announcement. Who is the research team? Why Phase 1-2 when 3 FDA Phase 2 studies are underway in the U.S.? The UK wants robust clinical trials. 30,000 procedures have been undertaken in 60 countries. 3 safety studies involving over 1,000 patients have been done, and leading North American physicians and researchers are pushing for Phase 2-3 studies. The petitioners call on the Minister of Health to consult experts actively engaged in the diagnosis and treatment of CCSVI to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis at multiple centres across Canada and to require follow-up care.
For Vancouver East.
And I'm delighted to join my BC New Democrat colleagues today as we present 57,000 signatures on a petition concerning the protection of the pristine coastal waters of British Columbia forever. And as others have noticed, there has been a ban on a moratorium on oil tanker traffic since 1972. But these petitioners feel very strongly, and this is a very strong sentiment in British Columbia, that it's time to strengthen the oil tanker moratorium and turn it from policy into law. And the petitioners call for to legislate a ban on oil tankers to protect our coast forever. And we certainly thank the Dogwood Initiative for the tremendous work they've done in gathering so many thousands of petitions that truly reflect the sentiment in British Columbia.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too add my some petitions which are part of the 57,000 signatures collected in British Columbia, mainly here from Vancouver Island, who are adamant that we create legislation banning oil tankers from BC's northern coast because of the potential dangers of spill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased as the member from Vancouver Quadra to also be presenting petitions that were collected by Dogwood Initiative. Many people in Vancouver Quadra are concerned about potential oil spills in the Pacific North Coast, and they know that since 1972, when a Liberal government put protection in that area, that the Liberals have been for protecting the environment and for excluding oil tankers from the Pacific North Coast, and we continue to be for excluding tankers in that area because of the risk. So I'm pleased to be tabling the names of those that agree with the sentiment, and we call on the government to pay attention.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too join my colleagues from British Columbia to present a petition on behalf of the British Columbians that want to protect the waters off the BC coast. Basically, Mr. Speaker, they're looking at banning the oil tankers off the pristine and wild BC coast so we can protect the environment and businesses along those coastlines.
Here, here.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise today to introduce a petition signed by over 57,000 people, mostly from British Columbia, who would like to see a permanent legislated ban of oil tanker traffic off BC's north coast. 57,000 people have signed this petition, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to present a petition from many Manitobans that have signed on with regards to concern with the Avios closing down and the number of important, valuable jobs that are being lost to the province of Manitoba. And what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is they're calling upon the government and the Prime Minister of this country to hold Air Canada accountable to the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to take Air Canada ultimately to court to protect those very valuable jobs for the province of Manitoba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena, Oakley Valley.
Much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pride I join my British Columbian colleagues in being part of the presentation of these 57,000 signatures from people right across British Columbia that have joined together to express to this government that they will be listened to, despite the government's efforts to shut down hearings, exclude conversations only to those that happen to agree with them, as is too often the case with this government. These petitioners call upon this government to confirm into law that we will have our waters on BC's coast protected for their value, not just to British Columbians, but to all Canadians. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to present a petition against tanker traffic on British Columbia's coast.
Community in British Columbia of Kitwanga, and they are petitioning the House of Commons. This is a different petition than the one tabled earlier, but to the same effect. These petitioners call on the Government of Canada to pay close attention to evidence presented at the Joint Review Panel, to stop prejudging evidence, and to allow British Columbians to speak clearly with one voice that we will not allow pipelines and tankers in our territories. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, comes in relation to the use of security certificates. This petition is dealing particularly with the case that just today has been reported that there's a federal court decision that the Court of Appeal has ruled that Mohammed Harket's rights were violated because electronic recordings were made as evidence that were later destroyed. He had no access to this information. The court also ruled that the use of so-called class privilege for CSIS informers goes too far. These petitioners, like the Green Party, want the Government of Canada to change these laws in order to protect the rights of an accused to know the case against them. It's fundamental. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to add my voice that this petition is to keep tankers out of the wild and pristine coastal waters of British Columbia forever, and it's been signed by 57,000 British Columbians from all over British Columbia. I want to thank the Dogwood Initiative for stick handling this petition, as they note that this oil tanker ban has been in place since 1972, and they are calling on this government to legislate a ban on oil tanker traffic to protect our coastal waters forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise today and to join my NDP BC colleagues to present this massive petition of 57,000 signatures, simply entitled, "Keep Tankers Out of the Wild and Pristine Coastal Waters of BC Forever." Although we're not allowed to say whether or not we support these petitions, of course, I do think that this is the watershed issue in British Columbia, and I'm very proud to get to stand and present this petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am very, very pleased to table, along with so many of my colleagues, the 57,000 British Columbians who have stood up to say we have to protect the North Coast and legislate a ban on oil tankers to protect our coast forever, Mr. Speaker. Now, these British Columbians that are writing in and have signed these petitions are from North Vancouver Island, from Nanaimo, Alberni, from Chilliwack, from the North Shore of Vancouver, the Lower Mainland, Richmond and Surrey. They're from the interior communities, places like Kelowna and Prince George and Kamloops. And Mr. Speaker, now that I'm realizing all of these communities, these are communities where the MPs are actually conservative, Mr. Speaker. So we're hoping that the government will listen to those 57,000 British Columbians saying, legislate a ban on oil tankers, protect the north coast of British Columbia forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition that I'm submitting. The petitioners are calling on the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration to review the case of Fatima Kamkar. Fatima Kamkar's application for permanent residency status in Canada was denied on the basis of unforeseeable negative change in her health, which was further impacted by lengthy processing delays over which she had no control. At the Department of Citizenship and Immigration, the delays happened. As a result of the decision, she will have to return to Iran, where she was has absolutely no family support to assist her in her recovery from breast cancer. It should be noted that following her diagnosis, Ms. Kamkar did not obtain any financial aid for health care from either private or government sources in Canada. Ms. Kamkar has continued to finance her own medical costs. Ms. Kamkar is currently working on her PhD in neuroscience at the University of Ottawa and is 1 year away from graduation. Citizenship and Immigration's decision will deny her the ability to further contribute her knowledge and skills to the medical research community in Canada. So the petitioners are asking the Minister to reassess Ms. Kamkar's application for permanent residency under humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present a petition that has been signed by people from Sept-Îles and who are strongly against increasing the eligibility age for old age security from 65 to 67. This was announced in the latest government budget. The petition is called Protecting Old Age Security. Experts agree that the system is viable, and the petitioners are asking the government to maintain the program as is to help those who need it. The petitioners also want an increase in the guaranteed income supplement to help those who need that. The time for presenting petitions has now expired.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following question will be answered today, Q512. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions Q513, 514, 515, plus questions Q518, 519, and 520 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q513, Q514, Q515, Q18, Q518, Q519, and Q520 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Order for introduction of papers?
No, notices of motion, sorry.
Oh, yes, right. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-26, an act on citizens' arrest and self-defense.
Now, when we last took up this motion before the House, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre had 5 minutes remaining in his speech, and we'll go to that now. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. With only 5 minutes, I'm not going to try to mount a review of everything I said. I had a couple people contact my office, though, who were flipping the channels and came past part of it and heard me using some language in here, and so the follow-up was exactly what was that all about. So I'll take just a couple of the minutes that I have, Speaker. I was making reference to the criminal code and the areas that C-26 amends, and how there has been a long-standing issue with a number of aspects of that legislation. And I had pointed out that, in fact, one of our Chief Justices said in the case of the Queen and McIntosh that, quote, this is with reference to sections 34 and 35, and they said they are, quote, highly technical, excessively detailed provisions deserving of much criticism. These provisions overlap and are internally inconsistent in certain respects, end quote. And I have no doubt that to learned colleagues who are lawyers, that that language is crystal clear. For the rest of us, not so much. So I had introduced the notion of a quote from Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, and I was quoting actually Mr. Bumble from Oliver Twist, and I presented to the House the quote that reads as follows. "If the law supposes that," said Mr. Bumble, squeezing his hat emphatically in both hands, "the law is a ass." Well, I hear one of my colleagues saying that it really should be an ass, and I was tempted to say that's the natural way to say it, but the actual quote, and given that I was quoting, I did want to use the exact quote. We wouldn't want to wrong Mr. Dickens after all these years, but that is actually the direct quote. There's more to it there, but I thought that was the most apropos, and it's a relatively well-known expression when you find yourself in a situation where what seems perfectly logical, when you look at the law from a legal point of view, it looks completely different, and so you often hear people will say the law is an ass. They'll throw the N in there, and it's a reference to this famous works. And the reason that I brought that forward was to just try to illustrate the situation that I think Mr. Chen found himself in when he believed he was defending his property. And that's a fundamental right that people have. And the actions that he took, he believed, did not cross any legal lines, and he thought that he was well within his rights to do what he was doing to assist in apprehending someone who was stealing from his business. And, of course, Speaker, as it turned out, not only were all the charges against him, and they were like heavy-duty type charges. Initially, they charged him with kidnapping, carrying a dangerous weapon, assault, and forcible confinement. They dropped the kidnapping and weapons charges, but proceeded with the charges of forcible confinement and assault. Very serious stuff. Mr. Chen was acquitted of those charges, and as a result, although we recognize that changing laws based on one case in one instance is an area that you need to be very, very careful about, in this case, thank you, Speaker, in this case, it does illustrate to us that this place can work and the system can work. Mr. Chen was found guilty, was found innocent. The guilty person was found guilty and served a sentence. And now we're in the process of changing the law so that hopefully the Mr. Chens of the future will not find themselves in the horrific legal position that he found himself in. So all in all, it worked out, and hopefully this improves our criminal code and brings more justice to Canadians. And I want to thank all those that worked so hard to get to the point where certainly at least the official opposition is comfortable supporting a bill that amends the criminal code that actually does help people, as opposed to the spin that we get from the government on their law and order agenda. So we're very pleased to support this bill, and again, much thanks to all those who helped get us to this point. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. One of I think the most important aspects to this bill is it does have fairly widespread support, whether it's from the Liberals, New Democrats, or the Conservatives, is the fact that there has to be some sort of an educational component to it. With the citizenship arrest, and using that as an example, or a citizen arrest, I should say, that it is important that the public as a whole, in particular certain areas, like I think of some of the commercial streets, for example, where you have a lot of restaurant industries, where there's a greater likelihood of robberies and things of that nature from taking place, that there is an importance in making sure that they understand what it is that they can do in order to conduct a citizen arrest. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment on that aspect.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And it's a good one, because I did mention in my early remarks yesterday that one of the concerns is that in in clarifying the legislation, we may inadvertently incent the notion of vigilantism. And that is something that we don't want to do. So I appreciate very much that the member has also focused on an important balancing act within this law and the need to balance the right of citizens to engage in citizens' arrest when the circumstances warrant, but that doesn't get out of hand, because we know where that can lead us. So I think the notion of an education component to advise citizens of what their rights are under similar circumstances makes a great deal of sense, and I hope that would be a part of the follow-up to the bill passing this place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the support from the opposition for this particular bill. I did note a comment, though, from the member, and I just make this observation. He indicates that this is a bill that will, in fact, help individuals as opposed to other law and order types of bills. And I think this is typical of the NDP approach. Let's make sure we can arrest them, but when they're arrested, then simply let them go. In fact, our government's approach is that when someone is arrested, whether by a citizen or a police officer, that there are, in fact, consequences to actually breaking the law. And that's what, in fact, our legislation does, even if the member opposite doesn't support it.
Well, member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the minister himself engaging in my comments. And I would just say that if we take further what the honourable member has said, we all know that the Conservative idea of a balanced justice system is to just throw someone in jail, throw away the key, and then tell everybody that you've made the streets safe. The fact of the matter is that every person that goes into jail, the overwhelming majority are coming out again. And if we don't pay some attention to what's happening when they're incarcerated, yes, I stand by the statement that under some of your laws, things will be worse, the streets will be less safe, and people will not have the justice that I am referring does exist within this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy the speeches made by my colleague from Hamilton Centre. Now, we know how misdirected this government has been on criminal justice issues, the slashing of crime prevention programs, when we know that actually reduces the crime rate, the billions of dollars they're willing to spend on prisons, even though the crime rate is coming down. We've seen a variety of justice legislation that seems to be written on the back of a napkin thrown into this House. Could the member from Hamilton Centre talk a bit more about the fact that this particular piece of legislation is much better because essentially it was drafted by the New Democrats. An NDP member from Trinity Spadina actually did the work, and it's because of that that we actually have a bill that's worth getting the stamp of approval of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And indeed, I think every one of us here, certainly on this side of the House, has given credit to the member from Trinity Spadina, in whose riding Mr. Chen lived and where the incident happened, and it was her initiative. And that credit needs to be given. I had said yesterday, too, that I hoped somewhere in Hansard there was a quote from someone in the government that also recognized the role of the member from Trinity Spadina, the leading role. But you know what I want to do, Speaker, in the last moment I have, is to acknowledge that what I said in the beginning, that the government finally found a way to work with the opposition to get into the criminal code and deal with it in a real way, as opposed to the political spin that's around every single law and order item that they bring forward. So I am prepared to acknowledge that this took the cooperation, the leadership of the member from Trinity Spadina, but the cooperation of certainly members in the official opposition and in the government, and we would only wish that the government would take this approach more consistently, because it's a heck of a lot more progressive and positive in terms of making changes to our criminal code than the way that this government normally conducts themselves on matters like this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his passionate remarks. As you were just saying, there's perhaps a lack of collegiality or cooperation from the government benches, and I'd certainly be interested in hearing more about that, and perhaps if you have an idea to pass along to the government.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the follow-up question because, you know, it wasn't that long ago in a minority setting when the government really didn't want to, but they were forced to actually work with other members, and we did get things done. We've seen an attitude from this government in the beginning that we've got a majority, and somehow 39% of the votes giving them 100% of the power, they believe that they can just rule at will. And their whole demeanor changed once they got that majority. And it's a shame, because I do think that Bill 26 is an example of how working together benefits all of us politically, but more importantly, provides better legislation, better laws, and ultimately safer streets.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, one thing that strikes me in this, and I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton Centre for his remarks. He's explained the situation, Bill C-26, but what strikes me is the spirit of cooperation that enabled this House and the committee to achieve an optimal outcome. Not perfect, but an optimal situation. However, I think that this is an example that needs to be mentioned because there are so many other cases where the government simply just decided to go solo on all of these issues and ignore the opposition. So I'd like him to continue to say a few words about what kind of collaboration or cooperation we could use in order to move these issues forward for Canadians.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And I thought it was important, Speaker, the member mentioned and committees. He said the House and committee. And we all in this place know that the real work, you know, roll up your sleeves, get down to work, no one's watching, just your plain work happens at committee. And I think that's where we first started to see this government's approach to committee work, when we were setting up the rules, when we were talking about how committees would be structured, how often people got to talk, all those basic fundamental fairness rules. And we watched the way that the Conservative government just rolled in like a bulldozer and attempted to get every advantage they could, believing again that their 39% of the vote gives them an entitlement to 100% of the power and everything that goes with that. So I think the member himself answered appropriately in focusing on the committee. That's where the work happens. That's where the tone is set. And clearly the work that was done in committee that led us to Bill 26 was successful, and I'm willing to bet if one looks at the Hansard, you'll find cooperation, people working together to find solutions rather than working to find divisions based on partisanship.
Question and commentaire. The Honourable.
Questions and comments?
To the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise during this discussion with great disappointment in my colleagues from the NDP. In fact, many of the things that they've said today are absolutely not factual, not based on any kind of a study that's been done. And in fact, having almost 19 years of police experience tells me that victims across this country are screaming for governments across the country to do the right thing and to support them in their efforts to find justice. This is another example of where the NDP have got it wrong. They are trying to continually support judicial discretion for offenders. And I stand today, Mr. Speaker, asking a question of my honourable colleague from the NDP. It's a very simple question. Will he stand and simply say to Canadian victims, I will support victims over offenders and join the government in its efforts to do so through their legislation? Will he support victims here and now? Will he state that to Canadians so that they know clearly that the government and opposition members are trying very hard to do what is right for all victims across the country?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her time and her involvement. And let me say at the outset, I have great respect for the service she provided in uniform as a Canadian police officer. I share some experience in the policing world, having been the Solicitor General of Ontario, as well as the civilian head of the OPP, but I was also responsible for corrections. And so I know that the job doesn't end when we arrest someone. Yes, when somebody does something wrong, then our justice system needs to kick in. But this notion that somehow from that moment forward, whatever their crime, they no longer have a useful role in society is not an approach that we believe in. The fact of the matter is that these are our family members, our neighbors, our co-workers, and at some point in their sentencing, they're coming back out. And if we don't do something to make it different for those individuals, they're going to come out and they're going to make it worse because they know of nothing else. So we believe in balance. Yes, make sure that we impose the justice system as we need to, support police and support our justice courts, but also be sure that we're fair to the people that are in there and recognize we want them to have a positive future, not just throw it away.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. I'm pleased to rise today to address Bill C-26 dealing with citizens' arrest, dealing with also with legitimate defense. Essentially, this bill aims to amend the criminal code to enable a person who owns or has lawful possession of property or persons authorized by them to arrest within a reasonable time a person whom they find committing a criminal offense or in relation to that property. It also amends the criminal code to simplify the provisions relating to the defense of property and persons. From the outset, I would like to say that we support this bill, which essentially drew its inspiration from a bill previously introduced by our NDP colleague, the member for Trinity-Spadina, and I'd like to congratulate her on all of the work that she did. I'd like to remind you that everything started in that riding in May 2003. At the time, the owner of the Lucky Moose Food Mart, David Chen, arrested a man who'd committed theft in his store. The criminal code does enable a property owner to arrest a citizen, but only if the person is caught red-handed. In the case of the Lucky Moose Food Mart, the owner proceeded to arrest the thief 1 year after the incident occurred, when the criminal returned to the scene. This led the police officers to accuse the store owner of kidnapping, of carrying a dangerous weapon, assault, and confinement. The accusations dealing with kidnapping and the carrying of a weapon were finally dropped by the Crown, but Mr. Chen and his two co-accused did have to go to trial. They were acquitted in October 2010. Now, in order to protect citizens like David Chen from criminal charges, our colleague, the NDP member for Trinity-Spadina, introduced a private member's bill to deal with arrests without a mandate. Now, I'd like to point out that it's important to say that the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police support Bill C-26, The Superintendent, Greg Preston, stated before the Legislative Committee, and I quote, the CACP does support the passage of Bill C-26. We think it's important that citizens be recognized that when they do act, they have self-defense available to them. We believe that this will assist the police in understanding, to be able to better determine whether or not somebody who does act does so lawfully. We'd prefer it if we were on every street corner, but that's not the reality of this world. It is inevitable, and as such, we certainly support the idea that citizens would be recognized for that. Now, we're not reinventing the wheel with C-26. In Canada, the power to arrest without a mandate is codified in Section 494 of the Criminal Code. C-26 would enable citizens to proceed with an arrest without a mandate in a reasonable time frame. Bill C-26 also includes amendments to sections of the Criminal Code dealing with legitimate defense and the defense of property. These amendments would bring waited for reforms and would simplify complex provisions in the Criminal Code dealing with legitimate defense and the defense of property. On the issue of self-defense, Nicole Dufour, lawyer and coordinator of the Criminal Law Committee at the Quebec Bar, stated in committee that the Barreau du Québec would like to offer its congratulations on the effort to simplify the legislation relating to self-defense, and which has been criticized by the courts and by law enforcement bodies. In our opinion, these amendments do not alter the current case law. Since the proposed provisions address the conduct and actions of a person who uses force and not the outcome for deciding whether the use of force in circumstances is reasonable and lawful. Hamish Stewart, a professor of law at the University of Toronto, also underscored efforts to simplify provisions and by stating at the committee that the existing provisions of the Criminal Code have often been criticized for being unclear, for overlapping in ways that are not always clear, and for being difficult to explain to juries. There has been a long stream of criticism from lawyers, judges, and academics about the difficulty of interpreting and applying the existing provisions. So the attempt to take all these ideas of self-defense and put them in one section that would be clear and that would apply to all potential crimes, I think, is very welcome. And while we support this bill, we deplore the fact that the government rejected our amendment in committee, which was designed to state that self-defense included action which was what we referred to as the beaten woman syndrome. We would have liked to see the Act recognize that it is possible for a person who is victim of family violence, domestic violence, to perceive a threat of violence, and we raised this in committee. We believe that the definition of self-defense takes into account a subjective perception of the circumstances rather than a purely objective perception of the situation. We believe that the terms surrounding the situation in Bill C-26 is such that we want, in fact, the position of acting reasonably in the circumstances to be taken into account. The Canadian Bar Association, as well as the Elizabeth Fry Society, recommended the amendment, but the government did not support it. Eric Gottardi from the Canadian Bar, for example, pointed out that current legislation does not do a sufficient job of protecting women who are victims of violence. And he said it was imperative to remedy the situation. He said to the committee that, and I quote, "It's well accepted in our case law that a reasonable person acting reasonably in the circumstances of the accused can have honest but mistaken beliefs about a set of facts." So someone might think that they're about to be attacked or that they're about to be threatened, and they may act in self-defense. That, in fact, might not be the case. But as long as they honestly believed and that that belief was reasonable, then they are justified in using force to defend themselves, even in advance of an attack or in advance of a threat. And he continued to say, and I quote, "We are strongly against violence against women, and we support a law and amendment of the law of self-defense that protects those women in their subjective belief that they are under imminent threat. It's our concern that subjective belief isn't adequately protected as the law is currently drafted." End of quote. Now, I deplore the fact that the NDP amendment was rejected, and rest assured that we will be coming back on the issue. I have met on several occasions with the women from the Mouvance dans les Rivières des Mille Îles. These women do an extraordinary job helping women who are victims of violence. Unfortunately, they received no financial support from the federal government. This government, unfortunately, doesn't seem to want to help victims of violence by supporting the NDP amendment. There was a demonstration on the Hill, in fact, today. But we know that tomorrow the Conservatives are going to be attacking women's rights again with the motion M312. Women have fought for decades in Canada to have the right to make choices as regarding their bodies. But it's clear that this government, under this government, all we're seeing are setbacks for women's rights. This is something that concerns the people in my riding and Canadians across the country. Throughout the consideration of this bill, our main concern was to ensure that the bill didn't encourage citizens to be vigilantes or to jeopardize their own safety. At committee, like many witnesses pointed out, I feared that the bill gave too much latitude to private security firms that are increasingly being used across Canada and Quebec. Several concerns were raised around the table, and the bill does propose some acceptable modifications. Like the one for Mr. Chen, it will be something that's important to look at.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Earlier on, I listened to the comments made by our Conservative colleagues, and it seems to me that on the Conservative benches there's some confusion with respect to what it means to take a stand for victims and to support victims. Now, unfortunately, we hear them say, oh, the NDP doesn't support victims, etc. But for me, it's clear that there's a difference between a harsher sentence for criminals and vengeance or vigilantism, and support for victims by giving them the tools that they need to defend themselves in order to respond. Now, can my colleague explain to us the link that exists between a bill like making our streets safer and this bill as it deals with providing support to? If she could make that distinction, I would appreciate it, please. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. She has raised an excellent point. We can't just simply put people in jail without thinking about how they will be rehabilitated when they finish their sentences, instead of investing in areas. We need to see the Conservative, instead of investing in health, for example, the Conservatives are just investing in prison cells. So this is a point that's important to point out. Instead of putting our young people and others in prison, we need to help them. We need to deal with poverty and deal with education, and those are very important issues.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize in terms of the bill deals with citizen arrest, self-defense, and so forth, and has received fairly widespread support, whether it's in the House or from the public as a whole. But I guess in part what I'd like to express is what I believe is concerns that people of Winnipeg North would have, the area that I represent, and that is that they want to see more of the action that's going to deal with some of the crime issues that are out there and ways of dealing with it. Member made reference to what I would classify as alternative activities for young people, and how government can invest in those types of things, how government can enhance things such as community policing. So yes, it's great that we have this bill before us. We know that it's receiving widespread support in terms of its ultimate passage through the House today. But would she acknowledge that we need to do more than just deal with bills such as this by looking at other forms of preventing crimes from happening?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille.
Legislation is an important step, but of course we need to take other measures. It is important to note that crime is the rate of crime is in decline in Canada, and so the position of this government in terms of criminal justice isn't actually based on facts, isn't actually based on science. There are no studies that back the position of this government with regards to criminal justice, and it's something that will not work in our communities, and it's something that will not prevent criminals from recommitting crimes. So my constituents are telling me, we shouldn't be putting young people in jail because they'll come out as hardened criminals, and this is something that this party, the NDP, has also noted in the House of Commons during debate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question for my friend, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille is relating to this issue of private security firms. And contrary to my friend's advice from Winnipeg North, there are a lot of groups opposing this bill, including Tom Stamatakis is quoted in today's press, the president of the Canadian Police Association, saying, quote, "We should take care that any changes made with this legislation do not have unintended consequences of broadening the current mandate of private security." And I noticed my friend mentioned private security firms. Yesterday, one of her colleagues said that they do arrest, and this didn't change things, but this bill will allow them to leave the store, chase somebody, arrest them that day or later. So I remain concerned about this opening the door to private security firms. I'd appreciate my friend's comment.
La députée de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, a brief answer, please.
Well, question that's been already dealt with in committee, and so we see that this legislation is reasonable, and this legislation is aimed at citizens such as David Chen, who are protecting their own personal safety and property.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a real honor to stand in this House and represent the people of the great region of Timmins, James Bay. And when we talk about crime bills and crime prevention and crime strategies, it's been unfortunate that much of the rhetoric in the House of Commons has not been to really deal with the substantive issues, but sometimes to create black and white caricatures or set up windmills. And this is difficult because crime and law is a complex issue, and the solutions are sometimes not as simple. This is why the judges do need discretion in dealing with being able to interpret action, being able to interpret circumstances. However, I find in this debate, this has been a good, instructive debate, I think, for Canadians to participate in and to watch, because we're trying to find a balance about the protection of ordinary citizens. And this is something that communities have done for time immemorial. For example, I live in the great little community of Cobalt, Ontario, and people look out for each other. And I remember one night I was coming home late from a trip with my family and my little kids, and I drove up and I beat up little Toyota Tercel, maybe not the ugliest car ever built, but it was certainly in the top 5, the old hatchback. And barreling in the driveway behind me, it sounded like a tank, was a big pickup truck with double wheels on the back, and out jumped Bruce Miller, big guy from Sherman Mine, and said, "Who goes there?" And I almost fell over. And he said, "Oh, it's you, Charlie." He said, "I knew you were away. I just wanted to make sure when I saw the lights on in the dark at your house that nobody was robbing you." And that's what neighbors do. And I think that we need to be able to say it's okay for neighbors to check in on neighbors. It's okay to be able to stand up when something's wrong in a public square and say, "Hey, there's no police here, but a crime has been committed." Now, in saying that, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful, because we've seen in the United States where politicians fan the flames of vigilantism and horrible tragedies result, like the Trayvon Martin shooting in Florida, which if we look at and we think, how could it be that a self-styled vigilante armed with a gun can be patrolling neighborhoods and decide when the police tell him to stand back, that he goes in and he believes that his life is at threat. That's under the Florida law, was he just had to believe. It was completely subjective. And the issues of subjectivity do have a value in dealing with perception of violence or perception of threat, but they aren't the only one. You can't just say, well, I didn't like the looks of him. He seemed like a bad guy, so I shot him. And yet that was what was considered okay in the Florida legislature, where we've seen in many American states some of their crazy gun nut laws that, you should be able to carry a gun. It's concealed weapons for self-defense. You should be able to carry a weapon into a hospital because it's your citizen's right. That kind of over-the-top response creates dangerous situations. So I'm looking at Bill C-26 from this sense of how do we strike the balance? How do we strike the balance between civic protection and ensuring that we're not putting, it's not even about putting sometimes the so-called criminals at risk, but also the people who want to intervene. It's very difficult to intervene in a situation that can escalate. And so people need to have a little bit of sense of the ground rules And I think that, when the police are watching, they're certainly telling us to be careful about how we go about this. So I think this has been a good discussion at committee. There's been good cross-party conversation. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the issues of criminal justice, I had the great honor in the 1980s as a member of the Catholic Worker Movement to work with men coming out of prison and to live with men and women coming out of prison in the streets of Toronto. And I saw a steady pattern in terms of recidivism. There was addictions. Addictions were probably the highest single cause of people who caused crime. There were basic issues like a lack of a stable environment in which to actually get your life together. And then there was just plain stupidity. I've known many cons through my work, Mr. Speaker, and contrary to what you see in the movies, they aren't criminal masterminds. That seems to be an oxymoron. And contrary to what my Conservatives colleagues sometimes point out as these evil bandits that have to be locked up, sometimes they just make really stupid choices. And I've talked to them about these choices. And I think that when we're looking at criminal policy, we have to remember that many of the people who end up in jail, by far the vast majority, have made really bad choices. And should they be punished? Certainly. But do we need as a society to have a plan to pull them back? Even more so. I remember my friend Robert, who just died recently, and Robert, in his day, was a huge, massive expense on the criminal and health justice system because of his horrific level of alcoholism that I saw in Robert. And at the time, we couldn't get Robert even a rooming house. There was no public housing. And I remember the Conservative government of Mike Harris, many of his old gang are over there now, telling us that social housing was a failed principle. Well, it wasn't a failed principle. We needed to get a guy like Robert a place to stay. And once we actually got him into secure housing, he sobered up. He was, I think, about 20-some years sober before he died. At that point, he was never again a burden on the medical system or on the criminal justice system. We needed to find ways to get men like him out of crisis, and it was possible. But that's where social policy comes in, Mr. Speaker. If you believe that government shouldn't be in the business of ensuring some level of social housing, then people like him fall through the cracks. And if they have levels of addiction, then they will knock off your car and get whatever change they can. Like, for example, Mr. Speaker, last year I was moving and, probably it was the HoC epidemic. My car was broken into. Now, normally my beat-up old Chevy, there's not much worth taking, but I was in the process of moving, and I had a vacuum cleaner that my wife had given me. Now, I did not mind sharing my vacuum cleaner with the criminal underground of Ottawa. I could have accepted that. That was in the car. There was a couple of brooms. I could have given that. But my God, Mr. Speaker, my Bob Dylan collection, vinyl, original vinyl, was in the back. And my grandfather's favorite Scottish and Irish records. Now, Mr. Speaker, I haven't brought a private member's bill about mandatory minimums for people who steal vinyl, but I did manage to get some of it back, and I went to the record store, and I didn't get any of my Bob Dylan. That was all gone, but I got the Clancy brothers back and Kenneth McCormack, and I went up to the guy, and I said, listen, these are my grandfather's records. They were stolen out of my car. They probably bought I don't even think they could have bought a pill of Oxy. But I said, I don't mind paying back for them. I just want the records. And the guy says, we were only selling them for 50 cents. And being Scottish myself, Mr. Speaker, I would have spent $5 on each of those. Maybe even $6 on those records. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying this to make light of the situation. Perhaps if I had been at the house that night and I saw the guys stealing my records, I would have ran out and I would have maybe stopped him, or I would have at least tried to offer him the vacuum cleaner instead. But I have been going home at night in the market and seeing some situations that start to escalate. And I see most of the time the escalation. I'm not out on the late night crowd because as parliamentarians we're always in bed at an early hour. So I don't see any of the stuff that happens outside the nightclubs. But it tends to be my perception that we're dealing with people with addictions. And sometimes people with addictions do desperate things. And so the question is if you're on the street and you're seeing something happening like a shakedown, like an escalation towards violence, what as a citizen do you do if there's no police there? The question of someone intervening or a shopkeeper intervening and stopping someone from stealing and saying, you can't do this, I'm going to hold you till the police comes. I think that's a reasonable citizen's response, Mr. Speaker, and that's a reasonable societal response. The question in terms of the larger issue of what do you do when you see relentless situations, particularly where you see drug addiction, where people are resorting to crime, you need a larger societal response. And that's where I talked about the interventions, about the ways of getting people, number one, the lack of treatment centres that we have in Northern Ontario, where we do see levels of addiction, mostly from Percocets and Oxy. There's no place for people to get treatment. So that's an issue. It's not, we can't just leave it to the citizen to address the crime problem. We can't just leave it to the jails. We need a larger, more comprehensive view, and we have not had, I think, a holistic view of crime and crime response in this Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting this bill. It's one little piece of a much, much larger puzzle, and I'm more than willing to take questions from any of my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one of the earlier questions I had asked the member's colleague was in regards to the issue of education and how important that there is some sort of an educational component to this particular bill because of a citizen arrest. And in particular, I profiled that there are some areas within our communities that would benefit more by having, for example, community policing, police officers attending and visiting some of the store shops in communities, areas where there might be more value in terms of making sure people understand what the legislation actually enables a store owner to do in the future in terms of being able to perform a citizen arrest. And what if the member might be able to share some of his thoughts in regards to the value and the need that there be some sort of an educational component, because there is some misinformation out there in regards to what a citizen arrest is.
Well, member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's an excellent suggestion, because the question before us is ensuring that we have the correct nuance, and nuance is difficult when you're talking about legislation, because legislation is like moving a massive glacier, and you might move it 2 inches, and it's going to, but that 2 inches could have a huge effect on what's on the other side of the glacier. So people do need to understand, and I find it in the north, where we deal with Anishinaabe police and we deal mostly with the OPP, we have some really good community outreach. But again, people need to understand, this is about being able to stop the guy who's ripping off the albums out of your car. This isn't about saying that then you get to beat him up. This isn't about you getting to exercise justice. You have no right to decide appropriate punishment or make him pay or hurt him or her. This is about stopping a crime from happening. And so there is a level of which you are not able to go beyond, and if you go beyond, don't come crying to the public if you are arrested by the police for going beyond that. But that education component is going to be very important, and I'm sure the police will play a large role in terms of their community policing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his presentation. I know that there are concerns within the other parties in this House. I regret that having come to some consensus at the committee process, members who have concerns seem to feel they have to hold their nose and pass a bill that may well open the door to some serious problems in our society. I note that the Vice President of the Canadian Bar Association is quoted in today's paper saying that, quote, this is a gift to the quote-unquote rent-a-cops. Such personnel, he says, often lack the necessary range of equipment or adequate training to safely and lawfully make arrests in a manner proportionate to the circumstances. That quote is from Eric Gottardi of the Canadian Bar Association. So my concern to my honourable friend is if we could, even at this late stage, insist that the sections relating to citizens' arrest be left alone as they are now in the Criminal Code and not extend them as this bill does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that private security exists already, and that's not going to change. Are there concerns about how private securities and contractors are used? Certainly. But this bill is not going to change their reality in our society. We think that this bill is a good bill. It's a bill that's good because there have been pushback on both sides in order to try and to deal with some outstanding concerns. If my honourable colleague feels like she has to hold her nose to vote for it, well, you know, making laws is like making sausages. It's not the easiest thing. You don't get everything you want, but then law isn't easy either, and there's always going to be gray areas. That's what will be interpreted by the courts.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable member. In Hamilton, a number of years ago, there was a situation where a bell technician was outside of a hotel, and a husband and wife had a dispute, and he held the husband because he thought she was going to be injuring the woman, and the woman turned around and buried her shoe in the back of the bell tech's head. And it just shows you that when you give that kind of extra leverage to the public, there's a certain risk factor, and I was wondering his comments on that.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I can't say anything about what happens in Hamilton because I share a seat with a guy from Hamilton, and I played gigs in Hamilton, and it's a pretty tough town, I'll tell you that. I was told when I went to Hamilton, you're in the big city now, you better behave. So I'm not going to mention anything about what happened at that event. Listen, there's always altercations. There's always going to be pushback, and there's always going to be issues of how people defend themselves. What we're trying to do is clarify the laws here so that if a shopkeeper, example of the Lucky Moose, is being hit again and again and again, and there's no police there, it's not unreasonable for me to be able to stop. But I think my colleague's advice is wise. We have to ensure there's discretion. We have to remind people, be careful. It's better to wait and let the police do it. Don't get yourself hurt over a box of Smarties.
Avant que nous
Before we resume debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Beaches East York. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, Aboriginal Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, flooding in Montérégie.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm splitting my time with the honourable member, my colleague from Scarborough Southwest, if that's okay. If you could give me notice after 9 minutes, that would be even better. This is a bill, C-26, that demonstrates that a committee process in this House can actually work when a bill starts out as reasonable in its aspirations and quite reasonable in its general content. Now, I'm going to speak mostly on the self-defense provisions, which haven't been getting as much attention during this debate, but I hope to have time to speak on citizens' arrest. If not, I'm happy to answer some questions. Now, the NDP worked in good faith, Mr. Speaker, within the committee and advanced a number of amendments, two of which I believe were accepted. We feel the legislation could be better yet, especially from my point of view on the citizens' arrest portions. But we also feel that it's been somewhat improved and that, in general, it started out as worthy legislation. And for that reason, we believe this bill should indeed be supported, as my colleagues have already been indicating. Now, in that regard, with respect to the legislation that was originally tabled, I must commend the speech of the Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, on December 1st, 2011, when he introduced the bill. His speech, in my view, is a model of thoughtfulness, tightness, and elegance of exposition, and indeed care taken to explain the bill's purpose and the relationship to the existing law and to the general principles of criminal law. In my view, that speech should be taken seriously when the legal profession begins to interpret Bill C-26 when it becomes part of the criminal code. With respect to the provisions on self-defense of the person, defense of property, and citizens' arrest. Now, what is very interesting about both the reforms in Bill C-26 and the speech of the Parliamentary Secretary is the contrast with the approach of the current criminal code provisions. Now, this is partly due to the origin of the current provisions in one of the original versions of the criminal code, well over a century ago. But the present criminal code provisions are best characterized as a patchwork quilt of relatively detailed provisions that are responding to a range of concrete situations. Now, partly because of that level of detail, these provisions have for some time been criticized, decried by some as needlessly complex and increasingly confusing, as we have layer upon layer of judicial interpretation over the years. Now, the Bill C-26 provisions, Mr. Speaker, are in contrast a model of simplicity and distillation to the core principles in their essence. And I dare say that their formulation owes a lot, although I can't say this is for sure the case, to the civilian tradition within our multi-juridical heritage, with its preference for unifying principle and generality when we're codifying the core areas of the law. Now, a passage from the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, I think, speaks to what I've just said, to this approach. And here he's speaking on the self-defense provisions in Bill C-26. And again, to emphasize, this is the member, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Quote, if we were to ask ordinary Canadians if they think self-defense is acceptable, they would say that it is acceptable when their physical integrity or that of another person is threatened. I think they would also say that the amount of force used should be reasonable and should be a direct response to the threat. He goes on to say, the reforms proposed in Bill C-26 are centered on these basic elements. Because of the general nature of these ideas, one law based on these fundamental principles should be able to regulate all situations that arise involving defense of the person. We simply do not need different regulations for every set of circumstances. And he ends by saying all we need is a single principle that can be applied to all situations. End of quotation. Now, there's a lot of merit in the conceptual clarity and the focus on unifying principle that is represented by this passage I've just quoted. But the common lawyer in me, Mr. Speaker, does worry a bit if the idea of, to quote the Parliamentary Secretary, a single principle is seized upon to the exclusion of what he also mentions, which is, quote-unquote, all situations. General principles only live and breathe and become coherent in the real world, where hopefully most Canadians live, when they are brought to bear on concrete situations to allow more nuanced rules to emerge gradually. And it's for this reason that it's a virtue of the new Section 34 in Bill C-76 on self-defense that it is grounded in a general idea, that of reasonableness of response. But this is also expressed, and this is important, as, quote, reasonableness in the circumstances, unquote. That's Section 34(1)(c). But it is all the better that 34(2) then goes on to list 9 factors that are relevant to the contextualized approach to the general principle of reasonableness. The NDP was very concerned that these factors would themselves be principled and at the same time useful for real-world decision-making of ordinary citizens, and then of police and prosecutors, and finally of judges, in their exercising of judgment as to whether a self-defense situation has arisen. And in particular, the NDP amendment, an NDP amendment that was accepted modified the chapeau for Section 34(2), and that amendment is most welcome. It appears before the list of the 9 factors, and it says, in determining whether the act committed is reasonable in the circumstances, the court shall consider the relevant circumstances of the person, the other parties, and the act, including but not limited to the following factors. And that sets up well the various factors. Now, this phrasing interacts with factors E, F, and F1 in the provision to provide a good basis for the criminal law to be responsive to the very particular challenges of applying self-defense in context of abusive relationships. And this is an area I know many members in this House have some concern, especially where women have been subjected to patterns of violence and psychological abuse by their male partners. Here, I think it's important to recognize that the Parliamentary Secretary himself, in his speech on December 1st, recognized this when he said, and allow me to quote, another factor is whether there are any pre-existing relationships between the parties, including any history of violence and abuse. This last factor is particularly important in cases where a battered spouse must defend against an abusive partner. As the Supreme Court has noted in the landmark case of Lavallee, it is somewhat difficult for a jury of citizens to understand how a battered spouse might stay in an abusive relationship, or how the person might come to understand the patterns of violence of the person's partner. He ends with, these cases do not arise often, but when they do, sensitivity to these factors is crucial. Now, having praised the Parliamentary Secretary's speech on December 1st, I'd also like to add that the response speech from the previous Justice critic, the member for St. John's East, is also a model of constructive and thoughtful parliamentary engagement from my point of view. While he expressed general support and appreciation for the intent behind the bill, he also raised questions aimed at making sure that during the committee process that this overhaul of existing provisions of the Criminal Code does not throw the proverbial baby out with the bathwater. And in that respect, he said, and I quote, "We need to examine it," that is Bill C-26, very carefully. We need to ensure that by making changes, we are not throwing away 100 years of precedent and all the advice the courts have given. If we are starting off with a blank slate and a whole new law, it may take another 10 or 20 years of case law to understand what that means. Do we really need to go down that road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I would like to end by saying is that it's really important to understand that there is a conundrum built into law reform. Does judicial interpretation and the received understanding of the law go by the wayside when new law is enacted, especially when such detailed provisions are replaced by general provisions, especially in the criminal law? It must surely be the case that we, and by we I mean citizens and the legal profession, do not reinvent the law of self-defense from a whole cloth. We must engage with what was the living law under the old provisions and forge a new living law under the new ones that is in communication with what went before. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask this member a question. I know he's new to the portfolio, and congratulations for that, but he wasn't at committee to hear testimony. And we actually heard testimony that suggested that, that in this particular case, we would like to be able to put the judicial discretion of victims with the judge instead of with, as the member's party does, leaving judicial discretion for judges on criminals and allowing it on victims instead. And I think we also heard from experts at committee that suggested that for years and years they have been seeking clarification of the law on self-defense. And I know at my time in practicing criminal law, there was a tremendous amount of confusion, to say the least, relating to many aspects of self-defense. And I'm wondering if the member wouldn't agree that we should listen to the experts in this case who are asking. Even the bar, the Canadian Bar Association said that they wanted to have clarification of the law. Wouldn't he agree that it's a good thing for the government to come forward and stand up for victims instead of for criminals and allow the judicial discretion for judges as well?
For Toronto Danforth.
I thank the honourable member for his question and look forward to our work together on the Justice and Human Rights Committee. I don't think the premise needs to be accepted that the NDP views judicial discretion as only something that should be relinquished when it's a case of the wrongdoer. That's not at all what we've been saying. I think in general judicial discretion has to be respected in our legal system. We're consistent that in this revised bill, with respect to the very open-textured rules on self-defense, we think discretion will work, keeping in mind that the discretion of ordinary citizens, their judgment is going to be equally important. The law cannot wander too far away from basic common sense, but we also believe that judicial discretion, when it comes to things like sentencing, also is needed. We think we're being consistent, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that my honourable friend, whom I'm very happy to welcome to the House, this is, I think, the first time I've had an opportunity to put a question to the honourable member for Toronto Danforth. I do want, though, I hope he won't mind if I trespass on his time to follow up on a response from one of his caucus colleagues. This suggested, this was of course the honourable member for, oh goodness, it was Timmins James Bay, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, made the mistake of thinking that I planned to vote for this bill. I don't plan to vote for this bill. I'm fairly certain I'm the only member of Parliament who finds it objectionable to expand powers of citizens' arrest. And I note particularly that, that while the member for Timmins James Bay said this bill changes nothing in terms of citizens' arrests and private security firms, in fact, it creates a new opportunity for people to arrest after the time or at some reasonable time after the offence. And I'd ask my friend from Trinity Danforth how he feels about that. Toronto Danforth.
For Toronto Danforth.
I thank the honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Islands, and I was up front in my remarks to say that, like many people, the citizens' arrest provisions are something that I would have qualms about playing with too much, but I actually think the committee and ultimately the government in its proposed bill has got this right. There's a number of safeguards. It is true. She's absolutely correct. It is true that there is a small extension of citizens' arrest to include the arrest after you found somebody committing an offence within a reasonable time after the offence. But there are a number of safeguards. You can't do this if it's at all reasonable to expect the police can come and do the job. And there's a bunch of other, not a bunch, but a couple of other provisions that I don't have time to go into that really attempt to send the signal that the paradigm case, that is the Lucky Moose shop case with David Chan, is really the paradigm. We have to work out from that, use that as the analogy, and not accept that this is a license for anything resembling citizens' arrest gone wild. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought I was going to have an opportunity to ask a question to my honourable colleague from Toronto Danforth, but I'll just take an opportunity to again also welcome to this House and congratulate him on his new portfolio as Deputy Critic in Justice. And Mr. Speaker, if this is the quality of debate and the type of thoughtful and reasonable and well-researched remarks that we can expect from this member after just a few short weeks, I can't wait to see what he'll be capable of in a year or 2 years or 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, I am also pleased to have an opportunity today to speak on Bill C-26, an act to amend the Criminal Code in relation to citizens' arrest and the defences of property and persons. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the heart of this bill came from the New Democratic Party, and specifically from the member for Trinity Spadina. We need to pay tribute to her work because she put in place many of the aspects of the legislation before us. And, Mr. Speaker, I also would like to note that it is nice to see that, for once, the Conservatives are willing to accept a good idea from the opposition. Now, I certainly wish the Conservatives would adopt more of our good ideas, and if they did, of course, then there would not be 90,000 more unemployed families if the Conservatives had taken our advice. We would not have the highest debt load of Canadian families in history if they'd taken our suggestions, and we would not have seen a real wage deduction of 2% also if they had listened to the NDP. Now, going back to the bill, it has its origins in the attention brought to, of course, a citizen's arrest some 2 years ago at the Lucky Moose Food Mart in downtown Toronto, as many members have already stated. The owner of this store was a persistent victim of shoplifting. A shoplifter who'd seen in his store walk away with some property apparently came back an hour or so later. And based on his experience in trying to get the police to respond to shoplifting events in the store, the owner felt that the only way to actually have this fellow charged was to apprehend him himself. Now, as a result, of course, the owner was charged with assaulting the individual and with forcible confinement. This case, Mr. Speaker, caused a lot of controversy, some of which had to do with whether policing was sufficient in the area. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that in larger establishments like chain supermarkets and retail stores, there are often paid security services as they have the resources in order to better protect themselves. Now, these paid security services have training in apprehending people, are more familiar with the criminal code than your average individual citizen, and they are in effect performing citizen's arrest based on seeing someone actively committing a shoplifting offence. They phone the police and hold the shoplifter until the police come, which is, of course, what Mr. Chen did. However, what was different in this case was that, of course, the individual had left the store and then came back. When he came back, he was not in the act of committing an offense at that time, but as a result, Mr. Chen, the owner of the store, was not inside the current provisions of Section 494 of the Criminal Code that says a citizen may arrest someone who is found committing an indictable offense or personally believes on reasonable grounds that a criminal offense had been committed and is escaping from it and freshly pursued. Now, of course, Section 494 states specifically that a person authorized by the owner or by a person in lawful possession of property may arrest without warrant a person whom he finds committing a criminal offense on or in relation to that property. There is a provision that says anyone other than a peace officer who arrests a person without warrant shall forthwith deliver the person to a peace officer. Now, the normal process for shoplifting is that the store detective or the store owner or the private security can actually apprehend individuals, phone the police, and turn them over, and the police handle it from there. In this case, because the arrest took place over an hour later on a return visit, the owner did not have any basis under Section 494 to arrest the individual. Hence, of course, why we're standing here today debating this bill. And this legislation originally came forward as a private member's bill introduced by our colleague, the member from Trinity Spadina, and I think she may have even called it Lucky Moose Bill in honor of Mr. Chen. It has, Mr. Speaker, received widespread support from all sides of the House, with perhaps one notable exception. Many people who are in the position of being lawmakers are very concerned about passing laws that would encourage a vigilante type of justice, and this is why it is such a touchy area. As has been pointed out by many of my colleagues, we have highly trained police forces operating across the country. We have a national police force, provincial police forces in Ontario and Quebec, as well as local police forces and community policing. And we are incredibly proud of these men and women serving Canadians on a daily basis. As well as, of course, in the area where Mr. Chen's supermarket is, we do have police patrolling on foot in Chinatown, and these are the people with whom we need to rely on. On the other hand, not every store owner has access to security guards or store detectives, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, police are not able to be everywhere at once. The concern here is for the person trying to run a business, in this case, Mr. Chen, who is trying to run a business and protect his property. Now, I think most people would think he acted reasonably and detained the individual without using excessive force. However, it was still, under the current provisions, forcible confinement for which Mr. Chen was charged. If one uses force to confine someone to prevent the person from leaving, that is an offense. However, the citizen's arrest provision provides a defense for forcible confinement by changing it to an arrest, provided the arrest is made within a reasonable period of time. Now, I suppose if anyone knows who the individual is that's committing the offense, one would simply be able to phone the police to tell them what the individual has done and that they are known to have done this before and, in this case, was witnessed taking something and leaving. Now, of course, in this instance, Mr. Chen did not know the name and address and location where this individual could be found at a later time and unfortunately felt the necessity to take action. Now, the individual would not be chased because of the danger involved, and the police would be called. However, as I've stated, in the case where the individual is not known, then the only way to apprehend the offending stranger is to take advantage of the opportunity. Now, we support this aspect of the bill wholeheartedly that makes changes, and I think it takes a minimalist approach by making changes to Section 494. Now, when I say minimalist, I mean that it does only what is required by the circumstances in which Mr. Chen found himself. There have to be two conditions. One must witness the offense, and the arrest must be made at the time of the offense or within a reasonable time after the offense is committed. Also, Mr. Speaker, one must believe on reasonable grounds it is not feasible under the circumstances for a peace officer to make an arrest. We could say that when the individual came back into the store, instead of arresting him, perhaps the police should have been called right away. However, in Mr. Chen's personal experiences, the police often did not come fast enough in these kinds of situations, and he thought that this individual would be gone again. Now, Mr. Chen, if these changes were already in place, would have had his defense as it would have fit these circumstances. Of course, as legislators, we should not make laws every time something unusual happens, and we, of course, must be very careful in making changes to the criminal code. However, in the event that the unusual happening points out a flaw in the law where people see an injustice, then I think a reasonable legislature should take some action, and we support that wholeheartedly. And Mr. Speaker, also in my own personal life, I've had several instances where I've perhaps come close to this kind of situation while traveling public transit in Toronto. And taking the TTC on a daily basis for many, many years, I've encountered all kinds of unusual situations, including witnessing an assault on a 13-year-old in the subway by 17-year-old students, including witnessing a TTC patron actually spitting on a TTC operator. And in each of these situations, of course, the assailants fled. I, being a little out of my mind with anger, did pursue. However, was lucky enough that I was able to, during that pursuit, locate peace officers who were then able to make the arrest so that I didn't befuddle or befoul the law in some way and end up in trouble myself. And currently, Mr. Speaker, this bill is important because it takes care of making sure that the individuals like Mr. Chen who are protecting their persons and property are able to do so within the law. And that is incredibly important, to be able to defend yourself within the law. It's why over many, many years there have been all kinds of changes to the criminal code, and we certainly have to do so diligently. And I see the Speaker rising, and I'll end myself there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask this member a question as well. I didn't hear the test in his evidence, in his speech today, the test of reasonableness, which is suggested by the legislation itself. The reasonableness of a judge, who somewhere along the line has had a legal experience, legal education, and has seen these cases many times before. Does he have a problem with the government suggesting that judges should use their discretion to determine what is reasonable in the circumstances? And if so, why does he have a problem with judges deciding that? Because obviously, if he opposes the legislation, the very crux of the issue is the reasonableness of the judges and the interpretation of the law by them and what is reasonable in the circumstances based on that citizen.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the member was listening. Nowhere did I say I was opposed to the legislation. In fact, we are supporting this. What is absolutely surprising to me, Mr. Speaker, is to hear the member from his side of the floor and the Conservatives now saying that, judges should be able to apply their judgment. Time and time again, we have seen this government make changes and attempt to make changes to actually take that discretion out of judges' hands with mandatory minimum sentences. That's the kind of thing that takes the law out of the hands of the experts and the people that should be applying sentences, that should be taking into account the circumstances of offenses, of the criminal history, of the behavior of the individuals, of the reasonableness of the judgments being made. And of course, this, Mr. Speaker, is the government that is taking that discretion out of judges' hands. So I think it's a little hypocritical to be hearing the member making that kind of statement here now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party's critic talked about, in principle, how we support this bill, that there is fairly widespread support from the House, and as I indicated earlier, most Canadians see the value of passing this bill. In previous questions, I've asked about the educational component and the need that there be some sort of an educational component, in particular for certain sectors, in particular, let's say, retails or that commercial area, to make sure that people are aware of what citizen arrest really really entails. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment in terms of what he feels is important in terms of an educational component in regards to things such as citizen arrests.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in general, I think we as a society can do a better job of educating the public on a whole raft of different issues, not just citizens' arrest, but in preventative health, in terms of tax code, in terms of a number of different situations. But I'd like to turn it back to the member and ask if they feel that the bill is lacking in this kind of way, have they or will they be proposing amendments to insert such language into the legislation?
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président, merci de...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a question. Earlier, one of our colleagues said that he suspected that the NDP couldn't stand up for victims. Someone opposite said that. And I'd like to ask the colleague who just spoke to give us an example, a good example of how we can work together, how we have been able to work together to put forth measures that will actually help victims. We're not talking about vengeance here for victims, revenge. We're talking about measures that can help people, to equip them with tools, etc. So I'd like my colleague to comment on that, please.
West.
J'aimerais remercier ma collègue pour...
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. This is an example. It shows that when the parties work together, it shows what kind of results we can achieve. If we do work together, then we'll have better legislation, better laws. Contrary to what the members opposite are accusing us of. The crazy things. Now, when we hear the Minister of Justice or Public Safety making comments saying that you're either with us or with the criminals, that isn't helpful. There's no place for that kind of a comment here in this chamber.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak once again on the Bill C-26, which appears now to be being framed as sort of the victims versus the offenders by the other side. And I'd like to clarify what our party's position is on victims versus offenders. This bill obviously came from our party in the first place. It came from the member from Trinity Spadina, and it was an attempt to turn an offender who was really a victim away from being an offender. So how does that work out? It's where someone who was a victim of a crime, when he attempted to arrest, to stop the person who was committing the crime, himself became an offender, according to the police, because he unreasonably detained someone. And that is what this bill is all about, is to try and regain the balance between victims and offenders. But I'm afraid that we have, and this bill is now one of the very few, I think, in this Parliament, to have actual agreement on amendments at committee, where there have been very, very many bills go now through committee where there have been 0 amendments approved by the other side. And that, Mr. Speaker, leads me to comparisons between this bill and other bills which have created victims by the other side, and in which those amendments that we proposed have been outright rejected. I'm of course referring to Bill C-31, which in fact has elements of this bill in it all over the place. People who are fleeing countries where those people are victims of crimes or who have their own personal well-being threatened and are fleeing those countries to come to a safe country are themselves victims. They are the victims of crimes in those countries. They are the victims of persecution. They are victims in any imagined sense of the word. But if they get here in the wrong method, they immediately become an offender, according to this government. If they get here in the wrong way, if they are a victim again of human smuggling, those individuals are imprisoned, and they're considered to be an offender. And I think we need to turn those things around. That's a situation that can't be allowed to stand, unfortunately. The votes on Monday meant that those bills are now off to the Senate, and perhaps they will become law. But we have a situation in which the other side is accusing this side of being soft on offenders and hard on victims, and the exact opposite is true. We have a situation in which the government has determined that people who are victims are going to be made offenders. And the immigration bill is but one example. That's an example of a bill where the parties actually did work together. And the previous Parliament actually passed a bill that was praised and lauded, that struck a balance between people being victims and being offenders. But now we have a government that is insistent on its ideologically driven anti-immigrant agenda that is now going to treat immigrants as, or potential immigrants who come here by magic, as you will, but because they found a way to get here, that they weren't able to get here any other way, and they are immediately going to be treated as criminals. In addition, those individuals who did everything right, who acted in accordance with the law, who applied to come to Canada years and years ago, are now being treated as criminals because they're having their money given back to them, and they're being told, sorry, we didn't get to your application 10 years ago, and we're never going to get to it, and you have to apply again. Those people, again, are being made into victims by this government, and we are treating people horrendously. I want to talk also about how this bill has a possibility of creating a vigilante system. Now, we are going to support it, but I want to be very, very clear that we do not support anything which takes Canada further into the sort of American mentality of shoot first and ask questions later. We do not agree with that kind of mentality. I was in a high school in my riding last week. In that high school, with a bunch of grade 10 students, so they were 13, 14, 15 years old, I asked them, how many of you own an illegal handgun or know someone who owns an illegal handgun? Half the class put up their hands. And that's not unusual. When I asked them then, why are all these handguns? Their immediate answer was self-defense. We have to defend ourselves against others in our communities that have handguns. So what is this government doing about this proliferation of handguns that I find in my riding? That there was a drive-by shooting last night, and someone was shot just last week in the same neighborhood by illegal handguns that have arrived in my riding. What is this government doing about the proliferation of weapons of destruction, of killing? They are removing border protections. They are laying off border services people, sniffer dogs, who might stop these guns from coming into the country in the first place. So the Conservatives have decided it's better to have guns come in and to...
Yeah, order. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the member talk on Bill C-26, which is about citizens' arrest, and he's been meandering all over the place, covering all sorts of different legislations and bills, from everything that we were dealing with that's already passed at Bill C-31 on improving the Refugee Act. He talked about that. Now he's on to illegal handguns and border services, and absolutely is not talking about the subject in hand, which is Bill C-26, which is enhancing citizen protection.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. It's true, of course, that the members are encouraged to ensure that their comments are pertinent to the question that's before the House. Of course, members will also know that they're given a great deal of freedom to explore different ideas and eventually bring them back on the subject. I'm sure the honourable member for York South Weston was getting to the point. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought I did mention the point, and the point was that we don't want this bill to become a further direction. We don't want it to take us further towards a shoot first, ask questions later situation. And I was trying to point out that I already have a situation in my riding where, and part of this bill is about self-defense and the definition thereof. And I have a situation in my riding where there are many young people who believe that owning a firearm is a matter of self-defense, who believe that they have the right, and I'm sure that we've heard some members opposite talk about the right to own a firearm in this country. There isn't such a right, but they've said that opposite. And now these children, having heard this, believe it is their right to have a firearm to defend themselves. And that's part of what this bill is about changing the definition of self-defense. And it's in the news, it's there, it's something we can't avoid. We are now facing this explosion of individuals who, very young individuals, who believe that they need to own a handgun. And they get it by illegal means. I'll grant you that because it's not legal. But I was as astonished as I think the members opposite should be to discover that half of the 13, 14, and 15-year-olds in that classroom had handguns or knew somebody who did. That's an astounding number of individuals of that age group. Those same people are now being made victims, and that's part of where this is coming from. This bill starts by making the premise that the person who is being robbed is a victim and should not be the offender. And that is where this is coming from. And what we are trying to establish here, and what I'm trying to point out to this government, is that many of the bills that they have brought forward, in fact, create victims of people who don't need to be made victims of, and that we are trying to protect victims in this country. One of the things we're doing is trying to help pass this law, which actually protects victims. But there are other laws that have come to us that are, in fact, making victims out of ordinary law-abiding people, and we are opposed to that. And it was the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of Finance who, in fact, brought us to that portion of this debate, that brought that portion of the debate about victims versus offenders in the discussions on this act. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close by saying that what we're hoping to do with this law should not become something more than it is. We are hoping to allow individuals to protect their personal property and to hold somebody, but we are not trying to create a system of vigilante justice in this country where individuals believe they have the right to use firearms on other individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know the member is new to this place, but he did ask a very important question, Mr. Speaker, and that is, he asked, how can we solve this? How can he solve the problem in his riding? And I have a proposal for him. Instead of the NDP voting against the Safe Streets and Communities Act, which brought in tougher sentences for organized drug crimes, that brought in mandatory minimum sentences for violent offenders, that increased penalties for sexual offences against children, and ended house arrest for serious crimes. Instead of voting against those things, Mr. Speaker, where we can actually have an opportunity to put people in jail for committing serious crimes for a certain amount of time and keep them off the streets and keep citizens safe, instead of voting against that and opposing our legislation to keep serious criminals in jail, they should support it, Mr. Speaker. That's how to do that, because it takes years to do it, and he has the opportunity to support our legislation and to keep criminals in jail where they belong.
Member for York South Weston.
I'm really glad that the member opposite has raised that issue, because I asked those same high school students, aren't they afraid of being incarcerated and with mandatory minimums for the possession of firearms and for other crimes? And the answer I got was what I expected. They don't read the law first before they commit a crime. They don't go off and determine that somebody has suggested that there's a mandatory minimum for growing 6 pot plants, which they were all surprised to learn about. That's not how the criminal system works in Canada. The criminal system works by people who are desperate, doing desperate things, or people who feel they have to defend themselves, doing desperate things. And that is not the kind of Canada that we want to continue. And so if the member opposite suggests that their law that creates mandatory minimums will somehow reduce the number of victims of crime in this country, he's very, very much mistaken.
Some comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, The member touched base on a very, really, I thought, an important issue in regards to guns or weapons in the schools. I used to be an education critic in the province of Manitoba, and most schools have this zero tolerance policy when it comes to weapons in schools. After all, our youth should have a sense of safety when they're in their schools, that there's not going to be knives and guns being found in the lockers. I was surprised in terms of the degree in which there was handguns, illegal handguns, or availability or general knowledge of illegal handguns. And I'm wondering if you can just kind of expand maybe a bit on that point. Does he feel that there is that type of weaponry actually on school premises? Does he feel that there should be a zero tolerance on weaponry in schools?
Member for York South Weston.
I absolutely believe there should be a zero tolerance for weapons in schools. I mean, that goes without saying. I am not suggesting that these individuals are bringing firearms to school. I'm suggesting that there is a proliferation of firearms out there that we as parliamentarians should be aware of, and certainly in the lower income ridings such as mine, where poverty and desperation take us to a whole different level. But we also have a situation in which illegal firearms are coming into this country through a very porous border, and we shouldn't be supporting a government that wants to reduce the protections at the border and make it easier for those firearms to get in.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak to ask a question on this because I'm struck by the discussion about firearms. You know, when we think of firearms in this country, we're thinking about the criminal act with firearms is to not store them safely. So, Mr. Speaker, within any business, they're not going to be in a position to have a loaded firearm available for someone coming in to take over the store, because they're going to have that firearm stored in a separate place from the ammunition. That's safe storage. That's under the criminal code now. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other point that I wanted to bring up was with the police. For instance, the police will tell you the most likely gun that kills themselves or injures themselves is their own gun. In fact, they design their bulletproof vests to repel a slug from their own issued firearms. So when we talk about increasing the supply of firearms in this country, I think, wouldn't you agree that this is something that is going to take a lot of examination to see whether this bill fits in under that?
The honourable member for York South Weston, a short response, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I think that's part of why I'm bringing this up, is to try and draw attention to the fact that this bill creates a knowledge and an appreciation of the laws around self-defense and a clarification of those laws. And what we are trying to prevent is that these laws that talk about self-defense aren't used by people to create a vigilante system that will, in fact, end the lives of many young people in this country.
Please, the débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very honored today to be able to speak to Bill C-26. It is a great honor for me, especially since, well, Mr. Speaker, I accepted at the request of my whip. I did agree, actually, to sit on the Justice and Human Rights Committee, so it is a great honor and also a great challenge for me. So I'm going to take advantage of this speech to speak out on a bill that was examined as part of this committee. And at the same time, I will speak to the ins and outs of this bill, its effects on society, and also its usefulness as an instrument for the courts. Mr. Speaker, it is very important to understand that the courts work to support society. They work to support good order, the stamping out of crime, based on the resources and tools that are given to them, among others by the House of Commons, by this place. Now, that is very important to understand because the development of laws, the discussions we hold, the work we do in committee that allow us to arrive at a result are only one part of these tools and resources that are given to the courts. So it must be understood that in order to arrive at a bill, a complete bill, does not solve all problems. On the contrary, the optimal result for to ensure that the objectives of law are attained. Now, these objectives are not achieved unless the same resources and tools are given to other sectors of society, including prevention, education, law enforcement authorities, and other levels of government also need tools to ensure that the enforcement of this law will achieve the objectives sought. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I am very honored to speak to this bill also, and especially because I believe personally that it is a model, or rather it should even become a model of operation for the way that this House works, and with regard to work in committee as well, the committees on which all of my colleagues sit. It is very important to point this out because the new Democratic Party, through its members that sit on committees, have undergone a number of disappointments with regard to the amendments put forward by the members of the Justice and Human Rights Committees. 7 other amendments that we introduced were defeated. One of the amendments that we held particularly dear was an amendment concerning the question of actions taken in legitimate defense, for example, with regard to spousal violence. Now, some of my colleagues expressed themselves very eloquently on this topic and went into more detail concerning this matter. That is very dear to us. So I perhaps will not go into quite as much detail, but Mr. Speaker, I would like to come back to the fact that if there is one reason that all of the members in this House should be satisfied, and if there's one reason that they should be able to boast about this to their constituents, because I would like to point out that we are first and foremost elected and accountable, elected by and accountable to the people who we represent in our ridings, and this is aside from any political affiliation. So what I really wanted to highlight is that Bill C-26, fortunately, given the results achieved, should be held up as a model of the way this Parliament should work and the way committee work should be carried out. So I think it would be too far to say that it was ideal or perfect, but this is certainly a model that all members of this House should look to when they are considering a better atmosphere in this place, because it is not always ideal either, because there have been examples in the past that have showed that unfortunately the government has really tried to ram its agenda through to the detriment of the enlightened opinions of people who do not share its opinions. So I would like to once again underscore this, the model that C-26 should stand as. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address another aspect that allows us to address the results that were achieved with the study of Bill C-26. Now, when we study a bill that touches on subjects that are as delicate as legitimate defense the protection of property or the protection of other people's property, we are really walking a very fine line. We must understand that it is very delicate to lay down the limits of actions that in certain circumstances are clearly criminal, but which in other circumstances are not. And this is what I mean by that. The principle of legitimate defense is quite broadly accepted by the public. Some of my colleagues, for example, my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, spoke out very clearly about this, and I would like to thank him for that because I think it allowed all of my colleagues to better understand to what extent legitimate defense, although it is broadly accepted by the public, can have some inherent dangers with regard to its enforcement. Because we must understand that the new Democratic Party does not condone and never will condone any kind of a parallel civic justice system. That is very important to understand. That is very important. Just as we will never condone any kind of outright repression as advocated by this government. Nuances are something that are very, very important. Fortunately or unfortunately, according to each person's opinion, we do not live in a world where everything is black and white. On the contrary, matters of circumstances relating to cases before the courts can take on a great deal of importance and influence the outcome of the rulings. And that is one of the reasons why our legal system gives a certain amount of latitude to judges. We're not talking about complete freedom. We're not talking about any kinds of arbitrary powers. Our judges must hand down their decisions within the framework of the law. And obviously, they must look to case law and the lessons that that teaches as well. Now, stemming from this, Mr. Speaker, this bill, and this is a good thing, will give new tools to our courts to build case law that will be more balanced in matters of legitimate defense, protection of property, and citizens' arrest. Now, this is very important, but I would warn this government away from believing that the adoption of this bill will solve all problems. On the contrary, if we do not give the resources and tools that they need to other partners, such as our police forces, so that they can do their job, then unfortunately Bill C-26 will not live up to all that has been touted in its regard. So I wanted just to provide this context, Mr. Speaker. This bill is only one of the tools needed to achieve a major objective in protecting our citizens who could, in exceptional circumstances, be caught up in situations where they could be found guilty in criminal matters. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, I haven't heard again the reference to judicial discretion. I know that there has been some argument by the NDP in committee in relation to this, and then again some discussion here, and I'm wondering how this particular member feels about removing judicial discretion for judges in respect of victims. We know that the NDP in the past has said that judicial discretion should not be removed, and the judges should be able to send people away for as long as they want, as long as the judge feels is appropriate. And we say, well, for violent crimes and for violent drug offenses and for gang-related organized crime, we need to send a clear message to the community that this will not be tolerated and those people deserve to have mandatory minimum sentence. Now that removes judicial discretion and brings certainty across the country on people that commit violent crimes have to do serious time. And I'm wondering if the member agrees with our position here to allow judges to have judicial discretion in relation to victims' rights. That's what I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, in relation to victims' rights.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question and for his relevant observations, because, yes, he did ask a very good question. I consider that the latitude of judges is something that is essential, and I find it very odd to see my colleague get all indignant at the fact that judges can have a certain amount of discretion in the exercise of their duties within the framework of criminal justice. But, you know, unfortunately, this government has always applied a certain maxim whereby it will use any means to achieve its ends. So it would be nice if magic could solve all problems, but some people have been practicing law for a very long time, and they have acquired enough experience to make a certain number of important decisions, because our criminal code provides for life imprisonment for certain crimes, and that is important. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you very much, and I would like to put the following question to my colleague. The member from the party opposite said that by removing judicial discretion and by imposing mandatory minimum sentences that we're giving more rights to victims, and that we're ensuring that someone who commits a serious crime will be imprisoned for a certain amount of time. However, I don't know if you are aware of this situation, and I would like to hear your comments on this, but often when there are minimum sentences for certain crimes, the criminals in question will be more apt to plead guilty so that they can negotiate to have a lesser sentence. So I would like to hear your comments on that and whether that explains the fact that mandatory minimum sentences do not always work. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And yes, indeed, there are a number of sections whereby we can consider mandatory minimum sentences as defined by the government. We can use a certain perspective, one of that is statistical. It has been broadly shown that minimum sentences, instead of reducing or countering crime, on the contrary, would appear to show that they increase the crime rate. And I clearly remember the conversations that I had with certain correctional officers during our convention in Vancouver last year. I remember that any person who has been convicted, regardless of their sentence, unless they have some kind of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole, all convicts have a life after they have served their sentence. And every time that we take away these people's hope for a new life, we are actually pushing these people to the brink of despair and to situations where they could re-offend and sink even further into a life of crime. So it is something that is vital and something that concerns us greatly, and we'll continue to defend that as part of our work here.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak once again, a second time, in fact, on Bill C-26. I know that many people are wondering whether, how many times, in fact, one can amend the criminal code in one parliament. But this is a very important issue, and many lawyers have said that this is a change that is necessary. For a long time now, the criminal code provisions on legitimate defense and self-defense and defense of property have created some amount of confusion. So I would like to read part of the testimony from the Canadian Bar Association that appeared before the Justice and Human Rights Committee. And the Bar Association said that these provisions on legitimate self-defense and defense of property have not been changed for a number of years. There are variations in the way these various provisions are applied. So, and there is some confusion when it comes to legitimate defense. It is clear then that there is a need for this change, and I'm very pleased that here in the House we have been able to create this change. I would like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Trinity Spadina, for having raised the issue through her private member's bill. We all know that this bill was inspired by a particular case. Mr. Chen had tried to defend his property. He had arrested someone who had stolen from him and then came back a second time. But Mr. Chen was charged with a number of offenses. At the committee, we held a number of meetings on the bill, and we heard from various witnesses, including a representative of convenience stores, who said that owners could not afford security guards to protect their property and put a stop to the constant shoplifting and theft. Often, these convenience stores have to deal with repeated thefts of their property. These people are trying to be independent. It is difficult for them to work together or to protect their property. And if someone comes back on a weekly basis and steals from a convenience store owner, it is a serious problem. So I can certainly understand this situation. The testimony brought to mind a number of questions about the legislation. We are concerned about the balance between the subjective and objective aspects of the bill. There were amendments that we put forward, but some of those were refused and rejected by the Conservative Party. We really wanted to consider the matter in depth. There's also the issue of what we should do to prevent people from having a tendency to act as police officers themselves. People don't necessarily have the experience or the strength to actually do this kind of self-defense or defense of their property. So we don't want this to become a trend. We also submitted, therefore, amendments to try to make sure that there were limits. But we certainly want to make sure that this doesn't become a trend. Bill C-26 has another important provision. It contains a non-exhaustive list that judges can consult when someone uses legitimate self-defense, or to determine, in fact, whether that self-defense was legitimate. Whether, for example, the person feared violence, whether the amount of force, whether the size of the person, and so on, warranted the reaction. Obviously, if a large man is threatening me, then I will be more afraid than perhaps of someone else. We are particularly sensitive to the fact that there are women who suffer domestic abuse and that deal with violence repeatedly and are therefore in a situation where they may react differently. So we want to make sure that that list is not exhaustive. Judges have to be able to use their judgment and take into account other factors that may be added to the list. Maybe things will be even added to the provisions of the criminal code on that list. We also discussed security guards, which is an interesting aspect. We know that there are a lot more private security guards than there used to be. There's a trend in that direction. We want to make sure that these security guards who are not going to be using this defense too much in their actions. Of course, when security guards are working, they are trying to protect a store, for example, and the property in that store, but they are not necessarily in a position to arrest someone. We have to look at that. Therefore, security guards are pleased with these changes. But personally, I think that we need to look at this quite closely. I would also like to, I'm just speaking slowly right now because I'm looking for my place here. There's also the issue of being able to arrest someone within a reasonable time after the incident. In a city like Montreal, for example, a police officer may not always be able to arrive quickly and arrest someone who steals a plant, as was the case with Mr. Chen's store. The police may arrive an hour later, and we have in the wording of the bill a provision, or provisions that enable someone to arrest a suspect if and only if the police are unable to be on site quickly. There were a number of amendments that we proposed that were rejected. We wanted to restrict this right to some extent, but we are pleased to see that the provision will be such that it would the right would only be upheld if a police officer was not able to be there in good time. Therefore, I want to conclude by saying that we will be supporting this legislation, but we do not want this to become a trend. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House again considers this bill.
5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M315, instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance, Income Inequality, in the name of Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Murray, moves that the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed to undertake a study on income equality in Canada, and that this study include, but not be limited to, 1. A review of Canada's federal and provincial systems of personal income taxation and income supports. 2. An examination of best practices that reduce income inequality, and improve GDP per capita. 3.
The identification of any significant gaps in the federal system of taxation and income support that contribute to income inequality, as well as any significant disincentives to paid work in the formal economy that may exist as part of the welfare trap.
Cercle vicieux de l'aide sociale. Recommendations on how best to improve the equality of opportunity and prosperity for all Canadians, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. Debate. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce my motion M315 on the issue of income inequality in Canada. I'd like to start by telling you a bit about my dear friend, the late Wallace McCain, a great Canadian who passed away last year. At his funeral, Frank McKenna gave the eulogy, and in describing Wallace, Frank said, quote, "He was a steely-eyed capitalist competing and winning against the biggest and best in the world. On the other hand, he was also a deeply patriotic Canadian, committed to a caring and sharing society. He believed the government has an important role. He believed in public health care. He believed in early childhood development. He believed in progressive social policies. He believed that we are all our brother's keepers." Wallace McCain used to say, and I quote, "I pay a lot of taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. Everybody's got to pay their taxes. We get a lot for our tax money in this country." I share this story about Wallace's vision on the role of government because I don't believe that the issue of income inequality should be reduced to one of class warfare. It should be about creating and protecting equality of opportunity. Wallace McCain would have wanted Parliament to study income inequality because he would want us to continue to ensure that Canada is a place where you can grow up in Florenceville, New Brunswick, and with education, hard work, and a lot of determination, you can go on to conquer the world. And then when you succeed, it's about giving back. It's about building a Canada where you can hope for a better life for your children, your grandchildren, and your neighbours' children and their grandchildren. It's about making sure that regardless of where you start, you can work to make a better life for yourself and for your family, that you have a chance. As MPs, we have a responsibility to make sure that Canadians can access the tools they need to succeed regardless of where they start. Unfortunately, in Canada, opportunity remains far from equal. Income inequality across Canada is in fact growing. This has been the trend, Madam Speaker, for the past generation, under federal and provincial governments of all stripes. Inequality is growing between Canadian regions as our economy is divided between resource-rich provinces and those without. Inequality is growing between urban and rural Canada, and it's growing between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians. These growing inequalities result in tremendous costs to our economy in terms of lower economic growth and higher demands on health and social services. The economic costs of growing inequity and inequality for Aboriginal Canadians is particularly alarming, and the trend is getting worse. On the issue of Aboriginal poverty, we face the growing cost of Canada's youngest and fastest growing population also being the most economically disadvantaged and socially disenfranchised. Growing income gaps have been the trend across OECD nations, although some countries are doing better than others. When it comes to the growing gap between rich and poor, no political party in Canada has a monopoly on answers or the blame. But in recent public opinion surveys, Canadians have identified growing income inequality as the most important issue they want their members of Parliament to be working on. That is why I proposed this motion, so that parliamentarians can work together across party lines on ideas to strengthen equality of opportunity for all Canadians. The issue of growing income inequality in Canada has recently been identified as a major public policy challenge by the OECD, by the Conference Board of Canada, and by Canada 2020. The level of inequality in Canada is in fact above the OECD average. And while it's true that the U.S. still has higher income inequality than Canada, income inequality in Canada is now growing at a rate faster than that in the U.S. Even Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney agrees that this recent growth in inequality is an important challenge. And Mark Cameron, a Conservative and former Director of Policy to this Prime Minister, has argued that addressing the issue of growing income gaps should be a priority for this Conservative government. Let me read from Mr. Cameron's recent paper on the issue. Quote, "A society in which a small group is perceived to be benefiting unfairly, or where there are wide gaps between social and economic classes, can lead to dissension, jealousy, and antisocial behavior, even if the less well-off are still making material gains. This, in turn, can lead to increases in crime, loss of participation in social and charitable organizations, and greater demands for government intervention to help deal with these social tensions. Such a scenario should concern not only social democrats or liberals, but also conservatives who are concerned about maintaining public support for free markets and limited government. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that equality is good for the economy. But on that front, our economy faces strong headwinds. The problem of Canada's shrinking middle class has been somewhat masked by cheap credit, as Canadians borrow more and more personal debt in order to make ends meet. Canadians now owe on average more than $1.50 for every dollar of annual income. But the record levels of debt-financed consumption we see by Canadian households can't continue forever, and the Bank of Canada has already identified Canada's record levels of household debt as the biggest risk to our economy. And it's just a matter of time before rates start to rise, and the problems of growing income inequality will grow as rates go up. Madam Speaker, recent studies also show that income inequality isn't just growing between individuals, it's growing between Canadian neighbourhoods. In fact, incomes in the poorest neighbourhoods in Canada aren't just stalling. Between 1980 and 2005, their incomes actually shrank, making the poor even worse off. Yet in the top neighbourhoods, incomes continue to grow rapidly. As a result, Canadian cities and communities and towns are becoming increasingly ghettoized. This division leads to weaker communities, increased crime, and worse outcomes for health and education. Hamilton, Ontario's Code Red study looked at the link between income inequality in Hamilton neighbourhoods and the health of its citizens. The results are startling. They found a 21-year difference in life expectancy between those living in the richest neighbourhoods and those living in the poorest. In fact, the poorest neighbourhood in Hamilton would rank 165th in the world in terms of life expectancy. People living in poorer neighbourhoods also require significantly more time in the hospital, more likely to find themselves in emergency rooms. Madam Speaker, healthy birth weights is an important indicator of future health. The average rate of low birth rates in sub-Saharan Africa is 15%. But this study found that 7 Hamilton neighbourhoods where the rate was more than 20%, including one where the rate was astonishingly 47%. The study described some of the poorest neighbourhoods in Hamilton as living with, quote, third world outcomes and third world lifespans, all the more shocking in a city with a major medical school and top teaching hospitals in a country with universal, publicly funded health care. Madam Speaker, income inequality can be a life and death issue. Stats Canada has been looking at income levels and the probability of dying prematurely. The results, if you're a Canadian male in the top 20% of income earners, you only have a 27% of dying prematurely. But that risk rises to 35% if your income is average, 50% if you're in the bottom 20%, 52% if you're an Aboriginal, or 69% of chance of a premature death if you're living in a shelter or a rooming house. Madam Speaker, it's about hope, and for generations, Canadians have prided themselves on calling Canada a land of opportunity, a place where you can arrive with nothing, but with hard work and perseverance, you can make a better life for your family. And while you're struggling to make it, Canada's social safety net will be there with you. The Economic Mobility Project recently asked Canadians about their current thoughts on economic mobility and their level of hope for the future. And only 47% of Canadian parents, that's less than half, now believe that their parents, or rather their children, will be able to match the same living standards of their parents. As parliamentarians, we should consider that fact carefully. When you no longer have hope for the future and for your children, that's when people start getting into trouble. Madam Speaker, when it comes to specific measures that can both reduce income inequality and improve GDP per capita, the focus of the proposed Finance Committee study, there are some areas in which Canada is already adopting some best practices at both the federal and provincial levels. I believe one idea that is a good idea is the working income tax benefit. This refundable tax credit helps remove disincentives to work by bridging the welfare gap faced by low and modest income Canadians. It helps the recipients and it helps the Canadian economy. It's an idea that was first introduced by the previous Liberal government in the 2005 fall mini-budget and subsequent election platform, and it was implemented by this Conservative government in Budget 2007 and increased in 2009. It's an idea that builds on successful provincial programs such as Saskatchewan's Employment Supplement and Rental Housing Supplement and Quebec's Work Premium, which also are designed to help Canadians in those provinces climb the welfare wall and get out of the welfare trap. Another area where investments both grow the economy and increase and help address inequality is investments in early learning and childcare. And together with the provinces and communities and parents, we can support initiatives for early learning and childcare and help make sure Canadian kids get a good start. Mr. Speaker, income inequality is a complex issue. Complex, challenging issues are exactly what we as parliamentarians have a responsibility to take on here. There are groups and individuals with expertise on income inequality. There are faith-based community organizations and churches that are on the front lines of this issue. We can hear from them. We can learn from them. We can hear from other levels of government to help inform federal policy and help us tackle this problem together. After 15 years as a member of Parliament, I am not so naive as to believe that a study by the House of Commons Finance Committee will solve income inequality once and for all. But it will be a start. It will engage Parliament in a constructive, nonpartisan effort to deal with an issue that Canadians care deeply about. It will help us understand this issue better and put Parliament on a path of progress where we can work with other levels of government and stakeholders to address it. Canadians want us to deal with income inequality, and we shouldn't disappoint them. I'd like to conclude on a personal note. Growing up, I went to Dr. Arthur Hines Elementary School in Hants County, Nova Scotia. It's an area where a lot of people face very deep rural poverty. Wendy Elliott of the Kings County Advertiser has written about this issue of rural poverty. She's also written about the fact that Canada is the only G8 country with full day classes and no national school meals program. The fact is, where I grew up, a lot of the kids went to school hungry. Of the 23 students in my grade 6 class at Dr. Arthur Hines, less than half went on to graduate from high school. Those who did had one thing in common. First of all, they had access to some early learning, generally from parents who read from them. Some of the kids didn't have that opportunity, not because their parents were bad parents, but because their parents had trouble reading. Today, the Hants Shore Community Health Centre provides early learning to local children to help all the local children get a good start. And thanks to pioneers like former Principal Hazel Dill and restaurateur Michael Howell, nutritional education is helping kids eat better food. And as a result, Madam Speaker, not only are more kids from Dr. Arthur Hines School graduating from high school in Hants County, but they're winning scholarships. They're going on to post-secondary education as well. Let us learn from these success stories. Let's approach this with an open mind and open hearts. Let's develop ideas that can help all Canadians. Let's understand this important issue better. This motion and this study is an important step for the Parliament of Canada to understand income inequality better. It's an important step to helping us address income inequality, which is an issue that Canadians say is a top issue they want us dealing with here in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I hope that we can, as individual members of Parliament and as political parties, put partisanship aside and approach this issue by supporting this motion. And I certainly look forward to this debate now and in the coming weeks. There won't be a vote until June, and I would urge all members of Parliament from all parties to keep an open mind and an open heart. And hopefully we can show Canadians that we can make Parliament work for a more equal and more equitable Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And, you really have to wonder, does the hypocrisy of the Liberal Party really know no bounds?
Here, here.
You know, it was just a few years ago when our government introduced the child tax benefit to improve the lives of single moms who were underprivileged. And it was a senior member of his party, a senior advisor, who said, well, moms are just going to go use that to buy beer and popcorn. And
shame.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah, shame.
Shame. Awful shame that was. And the member indicated that in 2007 that he supports that we introduced the working income tax benefit. And in the 5 years since this, the tax benefit has proven to be a very effective tool in helping underprivileged people get back to work. And in fact, in February 2009, the member from Kings Hants said, the working income tax benefit has helped many working families, and increasing it further will contribute even more significantly to helping make work pay. So I ask, why did the Liberal Party vote against its creation in 2007? And will he finally apologize on behalf of his party for denying hard-working Canadians this?
Order, please. I'd like to give the Honourable Member from Kings Hants time to respond.
Madam Speaker, I guess if Canadians watching this debate were hoping that perhaps we were starting a less partisan approach to this important issue, they'd be disappointed by hearing from that honourable member. Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives mock and laugh at income inequality and at Canadians who are living below the poverty line, I hope that they can really consider the immaturity of their approach, the effect of their pithy partisanship on the way Canadians look at this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I find it very disappointing that the honourable member would not take his work as a parliamentarian seriously and actually try to address this issue that I am and my party is seeking to address in a non-partisan and constructive way. It's very disappointing, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my Liberal colleague first and foremost for his motion on income inequality in Canada. I'd like to ask him the following question. In the most recent budget, the federal government reduced funding for the National Welfare Council. This was an agency that enabled us to focus on issues in the political arena and provided assistance to a number of groups. They came up with measures that would make it possible to reduce poverty. It only represented an investment by the government of $1.1 million. So I would ask him if he agrees with the cuts made by the government to this group that made it possible to study and look carefully at poverty in this country. Madam Speaker, I greatly appreciate the question. It's clear that given poverty in this country, this isn't the time to reduce resources for groups that do research looking for solutions and ways to reduce poverty. I don't understand, in fact, why the government reduced the funding in this area. It's clear that we need to invest more and look for more ideas, get other groups involved, community groups, churches, for example, that work on a daily basis, dealing with difficulties in the communities. And we also need to work in closer cooperation with other levels of government, the provincial and municipal levels of government. So I agree with the member. To my mind, it's not the time to reduce funding for such important groups which work on identifying solutions. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The opportunity to discuss today's motion introduced by the member from Kings Hants, although I must express my sincere disappointment. The member from Kings Hants not too long ago would have mocked these types of grand but ultimately empty proclamations on income inequality. Indeed, in recent memory, he told this House what truly drives economic growth and improves the fortunes of all Canadians. And I'll remind him of his own words, and if you'd allow me, Madam Speaker, I'm going to quote him at length. Quote, "Government does not create jobs, the economy does. The appropriate role of government in managing the economy is to set the conditions for investment opportunity, growth, and job creation. Redistributing incomes is a poor substitute for ensuring that opportunities to participate in the economy are shared throughout all regions of the country and all sectors of society," end quote. And I don't mind admitting, Madam Speaker, that he was actually right then, but he's really drifted away from that position now. Il s'est retrouvé dans un parti.
He found himself in a Liberal Party that endorsed the outdated economic policies of the 1970s. Policies that created too much bureaucracy, government bureaucracy, never-ending social programs, and applied to increasingly high tax rates, which were detrimental to businesses and people. During the last general election, the Liberal Party, counting on the member for Kings Hants as a primary critic in the area of finance, made increasing the corporate tax rate a central aspect of its election platform, ignoring all empirical and theoretical proof to the contrary. The Liberal Party wanted and continues to want today to deprive entrepreneurs and businesses of billions of dollars annually to invest in a more just Canada. But it doesn't work that way, and the member for Kings Hants knows that. Increasing corporate taxes, the cornerstone of the Liberal Party's economic policy, discourages investors, causes jobs for Canadians to disappear, and takes money out of the pockets of Canadian families.
Economist Jack Mintz from the University of Calgary School of Public Policy recently explained in the Financial Post, and I quote, "Corporations do not pay taxes, people do. People work for businesses, owners provide financing, and consumers buy goods and services. Corporate taxes are either shifted forward to consumers as higher prices or shifted back onto shareholders through lower dividends and capital gains and/or workers by reduced negotiated salaries and benefits. When Canada reduces corporate taxes, businesses will invest in more machines and structures, often with the most advanced technologies. The demand for workers consequently increases. Businesses bid up wages to attract workers or take on more workers." End of that very, very important quote. Mintz also references a recent independent Oxford University study that concluded that business tax increases, like those advocated by the Liberal Party, are passed on to workers by over 50% in the short run and more than 100% in the long run due to lower worker productivity. If the Liberal Party was really interested in improving prosperity for all Canadians, why would they punish the very businesses and entrepreneurs who make it happen? Again, only a few short years ago, the member from Kings Hants understood the folly of the left's reflexive demands for higher taxes on businesses. Here's what he said in this very House, and I quote again at length. "Innovative, forward-thinking governments globally have proven that we can build a competitive economy with dramatic reductions to corporate taxes. We only need to look at the Netherlands, Sweden, Australia, and New Zealand." He continued to say, "The Scandinavian example is particularly important to help guide us because Scandinavian countries value investments in social policy and, at the same time, they saw the need to reduce their corporate tax levels to some of the lowest corporate taxes in the world." The old globophobic, socialist, Luddite nonsense that somehow innovative and forward-thinking economic policy is contrary to good social policy is wrong. And the quote from the member from King's Hands. We have tried to work with this Liberal member and hope that the Liberal Party would listen to evidence presented at committee to disprove their flawed thinking, but I'm not overly hopeful, Madam Speaker, when it comes to waiting for some rational thinking from the Liberal Party. And to quote Benjamin Franklin, "He who lives upon hope will die fasting." End quote. Et soyons clairs, depuis qu'il est arrivé.
And let's be clear, since the Conservative government took power, it has succeeded in putting in place solid economic policies that have made it possible to offer more possibilities to a larger number of Canadians, especially Canadians with an average or low income. In addition, these economic policies have yielded results. First of all, since 2006, 1.1 million new jobs have been created. That is the strongest growth among all G7 countries. That means 1.1 million more Canadians working today than under the previous Liberal government. Now, what has contributed to this job growth? As I mentioned, the Conservative government took important steps to reduce the tax burden for companies that create jobs. And as a result, Canada is a country where the overall tax rate for new investments in corporations is the lowest in the G7, and it can finally compete with large OECD countries as regards the corporate tax rate. That has enabled job creators here to offer better wages and to invest in training, equipment, and technology in order to more effectively compete on the international market and to protect jobs here at home and to create other jobs.
President Jason Myers recently declared, without our Conservative government's aggressive tax reduction agenda, and I'm going to quote him, "The recession would have been deeper and unemployment would have certainly been higher. Now, however, we have a business sector better poised to take advantage of new market opportunities, which will in turn continue to generate job growth." End of quote. But we've done much more than that. Since 2006, and especially through Canada's Economic Action Plan, we have made key investments in infrastructure, science, research, and development, and much, much more. We've also kept transfers to provinces and territories for healthcare and schools at record high levels, unlike the previous Liberal government that gutted them. It was a shameful Liberal legacy that hurt the most vulnerable of Canadians. Furthermore, we have taken targeted action to help low-income Canadians. This includes removing more than 1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls completely, and 1/3 of the personal income tax relief provided by our Conservative government is going to Canadians with incomes under $42,000, even though they pay about 13% of taxes. Additionally, we introduced the working income tax benefit to reduce barriers for low-income Canadians to enter the workforce, something that nearly everyone agrees has been tremendously positive, except for the Liberal Party, who voted against its creation. In the words of McMaster University professor William Scarth, the WITB stimulates employment rather than subsidizes people not to work. It's a fundamental and beneficial change. End quote. In summary, Madam Speaker, while our Conservative government has been pursuing smart economic policies to encourage job creation, today's motion from the member for King's Hands and, more importantly, the Liberal Party's embrace of far-left economic thinking of higher taxes is not what Canada needs. We have committee work to do, Madam Speaker. It is a charged agenda in the Finance Committee. We have tried to work with this member in Finance Committee. I'm not sure why he refuses to work with the rest of us. We tend to get along very well with the NDP members in committee. This lone member just doesn't seem to get it that the economy is the priority of Canadians. We're going to work towards ensuring that Canadians' priorities are addressed, with or without him. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on this motion on income inequality. Certainly one of the fundamental tenets of the NDP is the promotion of a more equal society, and therefore we will be supporting this motion. L'inégalité grandissante.
increasing inequality is one of the greatest challenges that this country faces. The real wages of most Canadians have been stagnating for many years. In fact, Canadians' average incomes have risen only 5.5% over a period of 33 years. According to the Conference Board of Canada, income inequality is growing more quickly in Canada than in the United States. Much of this increase in inequality is due to a rise in the income of the wealthiest 1% of the population. This 1% of the richest Canadians saw their share of total income increase from 8.1% in 1980 to 13.3% in 2007. In fact, Canadians, the Canadians who make up the wealthiest 1%, are responsible for close to 1/3 of total income growth between 1997 and 2007. And this growth occurred to the detriment of other income brackets.
Inequality of the 1% has had serious implications for the majority of Canadian families. Lars Osberg at Dalhousie University argues that over the period from 1981 to 2006, the life experience of most Canadian families has changed. The new normal has been that entering cohorts of young workers have earned less in real terms than their parents' generation did at a comparable age. And we also see now double the unemployment rate for young Canadians, and the national employment rate is already far too high. Our young people are also facing a much tighter job market, and conservative budget plans call for unemployment to actually rise. Women, Aboriginal people, racialized communities, and recent immigrants also suffer from disproportionate poverty relative to other Canadians. Such inequality has societal consequences. In 2009, a groundbreaking book on inequality by British scholars Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett demonstrates that inequality, more than GNP or GDP, has a significant impact on a range of social indicators. Indicators like health outcomes, such as the average life expectancy, and in other measures of human development, such as rates of literacy, teenage pregnancy, or incarceration. I see this growing poverty, this growing inequality in my own neighbourhood, in Parkdale High Park, where people suffering from poverty, from mental health problems, from lack of housing, are seeing their condition worsen. This is not the legacy that we should be leaving to the next generation. Avant le milieu des années.
Up until the mid-1990s, Canada's tax benefit system was just as effective as that of the other northern countries in stabilizing inequality, counterbalancing by over 70% of the increase in inequality of market incomes. But the effect of redistribution has declined since that time. Now, the OECD has noted that taxation and benefits counterbalance less than 40% of the rise in inequality. The Conservatives tend to advocate an economic spin-off approach with regard to the distribution of wealth, which means that an increase in income for the richest people will eventually trickle down to the rest of us. But tax reductions for large companies and the richest Canadians have instead resulted in a growing income inequality, stagnant economic growth, and a rise in the unemployment rate, and so their approach is truly wrong-headed. In addition, numerous university studies have shown that census data is essential in order to properly measure income inequality. The end of the census long form will thus undermine our ability to tackle this problem.
Liberals presided over increased income inequality when they were in power during the 1990s and 2000s. They have also consistently supported conservative budgets that have led us down the wrong path. And we saw during the Liberal government the most massive cuts to our social programs, which had serious and dramatic effects in increasing inequality. We also saw, even when they had the financial ability with surplus budgets to make positive changes, they cut the national housing strategy and the funding for housing. They canceled the national minimum wage. They failed to create a national child care program, and they failed to make serious and meaningful investments in our infrastructure. The motion introduced by my colleague from King's Hants is a starting point, but the suggested study is limited in the taxes it examines. Inequality is not influenced only by personal income tax and transfers. It's also influenced by consumption taxation, corporate taxation, and international taxation. This motion would be stronger if it included some of these items in the scope of the study. Furthermore, there is no reason that this study should constrain the tools with which we can combat inequality. It's important to learn from our mistakes, Liberal and conservative mistakes made around the world, and identify precisely what has contributed to the increasing inequality in the latter half of the 20th century. The specific references to the welfare trap and the disincentives to paid work in the formal economy may open the way to unduly focusing the study on the characteristics of the poor and or the unemployed as a cause of inequality. This is typically the manner in which the Conservatives approach the issue. A stronger, more progressive approach would look at the full range of micro and macroeconomic and structural determinants of inequality, such as income redistribution through taxes and transfers, access to and the process of collective bargaining, access to education, health care, and other social services, especially mental health services, structural changes to Canada's industrial composition, the government's role in employment transition, and regional inequalities. The suggested study also limits itself to recommendations to improve equality of opportunity. This is not consistent with the rest of the motion. If we're to study income inequality, there should be recommendations regarding the reduction of inequality. L'inégalité des revenus est
Income inequality is a serious problem with serious consequences, and Canadians want us to act. Inequality is Canadians' primary concern, according to the results of a recent poll conducted by HoC. Another recent study showed that 77% of Canadians consider that income inequality is a serious problem and are prepared to do their part in finding a solution. The Occupy movement elicited broad discussion in public forums in many Western countries concerning income inequality. The OECD has noted that governments, like ours in Canada, must do more to reduce income inequality because it undermines growth and social cohesion. The OECD 2011 report also underlines the importance for governments to review their tax system to ensure that those who are better off pay a fairer share of the tax burden.
Is a more equal society, and even in its present form, this motion is consistent with that goal. New Democrats have a long history of fighting to reduce inequality and fighting for equality. Unlike the Conservatives, we won't work actively to increase inequality. Unlike the Liberals, we won't say we want to reduce inequality and then do the opposite. Supporting this motion will be a continuation of our decades of work on income inequality. Canadians can count on New Democrats to work for a prosperous Canada for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this motion from my colleague from King's Hants. But I must say I was disappointed by the Conservative response in particular, because I think this motion was presented in a nonpartisan way, totally nonpartisan, to address an issue which more and more Canadians are coming to regard as of critical economic importance. And I don't think it's a right-wing or a left-wing issue. the parliamentary secretary kept talking about corporate taxes. My colleague never said a word about corporate taxes. It doesn't necessarily involve corporate taxes. And she went on about all the accomplishments of the Conservative government. Well, maybe yes, maybe not, but that's not the point. The point is whether we can make Parliament work, whether we can have a study over a course of 1 year to deal with a problem that is increasingly important in the minds of many Canadians and many people around the world. And I don't know why the Conservatives are so hostile to that idea, although the good news is they have more than a month until the vote, so with any luck they might choose to reconsider. I mean, very rich people are concerned about inequality. Wallace McCain, the late Wallace McCain, as my colleague quoted Frank McKenna on, was concerned about that. The case of Warren Buffett is well known, where he was concerned that his secretary paid a higher tax rate than he did.
These aren't socialists.
These aren't raving socialists. These are very rich business people. Donc je ne peux pas comprendre l'attitude.
So I do not understand the government's attitude on this matter, and I do hope that it will change its mind in the coming weeks. There's already major work that has been done on this topic, especially by the OECD, and perhaps I could mention a few of their points. The OECD suggested that there are 3 important sectors as concerns the improvement of income redistribution. For example, building human capital. Secondly, the social transfer and taxation system, and the creation of jobs.
Are important for the subject at hand, Madam Speaker. We don't know enough about them all, which is why the importance of this proposed study, but we do know something. The first of these, the creation of human capital, is really important for the improvement of income inequality and the increase in equality of opportunity. As my colleague mentioned, if children are educated how to read at a young age, that will improve their life skills, their life chances, and this will have a positive effect. And there are many other areas, training and retraining and education. All of these are critical to the success of younger Canadians and older Canadians. So that is one major domain, human capital or human skills, that is of critical importance in this area. And I think we could have done with a study, or hopefully we will have such a study, and we can examine best practices in various places around the world. There's the Quebec child care program. There are experiments and important lessons to be learned perhaps from Germany, from some of the Scandinavian countries. But if we don't do this report, we won't achieve any of this. And the second domain, Madam Speaker, is the tax system and social transfers. The government mentioned the working income tax benefit, WITB, as the finance minister likes to call it, which was a joint program in a way because we brought it in 2005 budget. We then lost the election and the Conservatives reintroduced it. And this is a very effective program to both increase the efficiency of the economy and to reduce inequality. But you can't solve the whole question of inequality with one WITB program. I think if we had this report, if we had this study, we would find more WITBs, more things to do that would reduce inequality while at the same time potentially increasing productivity and the efficiency of the Canadian economy. And I think Germany, again, is a good case. Germany has had actually stronger growth recently than Canada, lower unemployment, and Germany has less inequality. So maybe we can learn from the Germans. What have they done well in this area, and how could Canada copy some of their ideas? And it's not a socialist government in Germany, Madam Speaker. We don't have to be fearful of those dangerous socialists from Germany. It's actually a conservative government. And finally, Madam Speaker, there's the third point of the creation of jobs, la création d'emplois. As others have said, the best solution to poverty is a job, and that is certainly true. And I'm sure on all sides of the House we agree that continued success in terms of creating jobs is a really important ingredient in terms of both for its own sake to create those jobs and also in terms of the reduction of inequality and the increase in equality of opportunity. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, let me just say that I think this motion was presented in a positive and nonpartisan spirit. I think it is a balanced proposal, neither left nor right. I think it has the potential to launch us on a track that will allow the government and the Parliament to address one of the more pressing issues affecting Canadians today. The only regrettable side of things is that the Conservatives have provided so far such a very partisan and negative response. So I can only say, in concluding, Madam Speaker, that I hope in coming weeks they will have a sober second thought and possibly at the end of the day be able to support this motion.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd sure like to thank the member for King's Hants for giving me this opportunity to discuss the government's contribution to building a prosperous Canada and the important action we are taking to reduce inequality. And certainly Governor Carney yesterday indicated that this is a global issue. Madam Speaker, we don't need another study. When there is an issue, I'm proud to be part of a government that acts. And, you know, I think it's important. We just looked at the information that the previous member from Markham Unionville gave us. He talked about the numerous studies, and he talked about 3 areas that are very important for us to move forward with. Madam Speaker, we are moving forward. I think this comes back to my nursing days and emergency, and you know what a problem is, and you take action. Again, you have to move forward. We don't need to navel gaze forever. It's an important issue. Our government is taking action. And some of my comments are really going to perhaps help the member look at the budgets that he's voted against and how they actually apply to some of these things, so where he's voted against actually supporting equality for Canadians. So since coming to office in 2006, our Conservative government has recognized the needs of individuals and families in our country and the challenges that they face, something that today's motion neglects to mention. For example, since 2006, our Conservative government has cut taxes 140 times while ensuring that low and middle income Canadians receive the greatest benefit. These tax reductions are leaving significantly more money in the pockets of low and middle income Canadians. In fact, the average family of 4 now saves more than $3,100 per year in taxes than they did under the previous Liberal government, of which I must point out the member from King's Hants was a member. Indeed, the progressive tax system that he calls for is alive and well here in Canada. As a recent Ottawa Citizen editorial reminds us, in 2009, more than 19 million Canadians reported income of less than $50,000. They paid an average income tax of 7.5%. Those who made more than $250,000 paid 32.1%. Madam Speaker, that is pretty progressive. Madam Speaker, as a mother and a Canadian who has worked hard to make ends meet, measures introduced by our government have done more for Canadians who struggle with poverty than the motion before us ever could. Not only that, but it fails to acknowledge the important work of the Standing Committee on Finance, which has already undertaken numerous studies. And so again, really, do we need another study or should we just act? For too many low-income Canadians, working can mean less money than staying on social assistance. For these Canadians, it's irrelevant that hockey players make millions of dollars a year. The important thing is finding a job that enables them to support their family. That's why Budget 2007 invested more than $550 million a year to establish the Working Income Tax Benefit. Not only did the Working Income Tax Benefit fulfill our government's commitment to make work more rewarding for low-income Canadians already in the workforce, but it increased the incentives for more Canadians to find work. We went even further in Budget 2009 when we doubled the tax relief provided by Whitby, paying out over $1 billion in benefits to vulnerable Canadians and their families. Madam Speaker, I'm proud that this program is making a real difference in the lives of Canadians who need it most, lowering the welfare wall so people can keep more of their hard-earned money. For example, without the Whitby, a typical low-income single parent in Manitoba would have only kept about 28 cents of every additional dollar earned between $3,000 and $1,000 due to reduced benefits from federal and provincial income-tested programs and taxes. Because of our government's action, the same family now keeps 53 cents of every additional dollar earned. Madam Speaker, programs like Whitby demonstrate our government's commitment to the most vulnerable Canadians, but we didn't stop there. Recognizing that families are the cornerstone of our society, Budget 2011 introduced measures to further reduce the tax burden on hardworking Canadians. Some families need extra help. For example, many Canadians have added responsibilities in caring for their parents and other family members. These family caregivers make enormous sacrifices, often leaving the workforce and foregoing employment income. In support of these families that care for one another, our Conservative government introduced the Family Caregiver Tax Credit, which came into effect this year. We also recognize that parents of children with severe disabilities face emotional strains and financial hardships that can be overwhelming. Based on the recommendations of the 2006 Expert Panel on Financial Security for Children with Severe Disabilities, we established a Registered Disability Savings Plan, which is designed to help parents save for the long-term financial security of a child with a severe disability. And last fall, the government launched a review of the RDSP program to ensure that RDSPs are continuing to meet the needs of Canadians with severe disabilities and their families. Based on the feedback received during the review, Economic Action Plan 2012 proposed a number of measures to improve the RDSP, including greater access to hard-earned savings. Madam Speaker, another area that he talked about was jobs and how important jobs are. We designed, despite the targeted action our government has taken to help low-income Canadians access greater opportunity, the economy and job creation remain our top priority because we know without doubt that they are the best way to ensure a brighter financial future for all Canadians. And that's why Economic Action Plan 2012 important measures to respond to current labour market challenges and meet longer-term labour market needs. We are taking action to help underrepresented Canadians find good jobs, including immigrants, persons with disability, youth, Aboriginal people, and older Canadians. For example, we increased funding to expand the Third Quarter Project, innovative initiative led by the Manitoba Chamber of Commerce to help employers find experienced workers who are over 50 by connecting them with potential employees. Furthermore, we're extending the temporary hiring credit for small businesses for 1 year, continuing as an important incentive for job creation. And for younger workers, the government currently invests more than $330 million annually to support young Canadians through the Youth Employment Strategy, including youth at risk and recent post-secondary graduates. Last year alone, this investment helped to connect nearly 70,000 youth with the work experience and skills training they need to build the foundation for success in the job market. So our Economic Action Plan 2012 builds on this investment by providing an additional $50 million over 2 years to assist more young people in gaining tangible skills and experience. And this funding will focus on connecting young Canadians with jobs in fields that are in high demand. Madam Speaker, our Conservative government has dedicated itself to helping low-income Canadians, and I know we're on the right track to improving the economy for Canadian families. So while the member from Kings Hants wants to study income inequality, we're actually hard at work building a fair and prosperous Canada with opportunity for all Canadians. So again, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I am so proud to be a part of a government that acts, that we don't sit and we study and we study and we study issues. When action's required, they're right. It is not a right issue. It's not a left issue. It's an issue that requires action, and I'm proud to be acting.
Hear, hear.
Reprise. Order, please. Order. Order, please. Order, please. The debate could continue in another lobby, but at the moment we are resuming debate with the honourable member for Brassard-La Prairie. Order, please.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to the motion of my colleague, the member for Kings Hants, on the study that is being proposed on income inequality. I would like to say that this is a very important issue. I would like to thank my colleagues on the Finance Committee who accepted my motion to study tax havens, and so I would like to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the House for that. On this specific motion, in contrast to what the government has said, we have to look at what is really going on. The way the government has been working, it seems not to be basing its actions on real information. But when we look at the facts, studies that have been carried out, it is clear that the income gap is growing between rich and poor. On December 5th, 2011, the OECD put out a report indicating that in OECD countries, this gap is the highest that it has been in 30 years. The study looks at Canada, among other countries, and in Canada, the gap is growing more quickly than in the other countries, including the U.S. So the gap is indeed growing. There is more disparity between rich and poor. In my riding, there are constituents that work, both people in the couple work, and even so, they cannot meet their needs because their living costs are increasing for their accommodation and so on. The government is not dealing with the real issues. Even my Liberal colleague mentioned that this government, but also previous governments, have acted in this way. When we look in the past, we are clearly going in the wrong direction. Other industrialized countries are doing so to a large degree as well, but in some countries like Denmark, the disparity has actually been decreasing. So I think we do need to study this issue, and it is disappointing to me that the Conservatives are unwilling to do so. In September 2011, the Conference Board of Canada indicated that since the 1990s, the inequalities have grown more quickly in Canada than in the United States. We have a tendency to think that we have relatively little disparity between rich and poor, but it is here where the gap is actually growing more quickly. We know that there is a huge inequality in the United States between rich and poor, but if we are not careful, if we don't consider what we are doing, we are moving quickly in that direction. People such as children and families are aware that there is a problem. This motion to undertake a study is a good first step. There is work to be done to expand the scope of this motion, but I think we can work with the other parties to really ensure that we identify the problem and find solutions. One of the things that the Conference Board of Canada has looked at is the measurement that shows the inequality. It's the Gini coefficient, and it goes from 0 to 1. So 1 is a high degree of inequality. Unfortunately, we don't measure this coefficient in Canada. We can do so, but we don't. If we look at how the government is handling things, we see that there are fewer studies, there is fewer information being made available by this government. When we're talking about the Conference Board of Canada, we're not talking about a left-wing organization. It's rather a bit further to the right than being in the center. And even the Conference Board of Canada has said that we need to act. So we do need this study. I am sorry to have to interrupt the honourable member, but private member's business is now over, and he will have about 4.5 minutes left when the motion is considered again. So the item now falls to the bottom of the order paper. In pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is now time to adjourn. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm again rising to talk about the Auditor General's recent chapter, number 2, on the replacement of the CF-18s. The Auditor General laid bare not everything, but enough to confirm that the only responsible path to Canada's next fleet of fighter jets is by way of an open, transparent, and competitive tender. The benefit of such a process is the truth, something that's been in short supply to date. Parliament's independent watchdogs, the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Budget Officer, have been invaluable sources of information to Parliament and, by extension, to Canadians. Within the scope of their offices, they have revealed important facts, figures, and discrepancies, and pointed to even more. But full disclosure would be the benefit of an open, transparent, and competitive bidding process. So what truths would be exposed by such a process? Well, Madam Speaker, the first casualty of the government's story to date would be the fiction that the F-35 is in fact a fighter jet. Truth be told, it is at this point in time more a concept than reality. Flight testing is only about 20% complete, with the most challenging flight test still years off. According to the March 2012 testimony of the U.S. Government Accountability Office, testing is still at the point of verifying that the plane, and I quote, will work as intended, end quote. The recent news that the F-35 doesn't meet at least one of its mandatory requirements missed the point that, as of now and for some time into the future, the F-35 doesn't meet any of the mandatory requirements unless general airworthiness is one of them. This is, in essence, the second truth. Nobody really knows when we will be able to determine what requirements the F-35 is capable of meeting. This plane is still very early in its development. According to the GAO, and I quote again, the Joint Strike Fighter's mission systems and logistics systems are critical to realizing the operational and support capabilities expected by the warfighter, but the hardware and the software for these systems are immature and unproven at this time. In fact, only 4% of testing has been complete on these critical systems. Similarly, its stealth capabilities are far from proven. According to a recent report in Aviation Weekly, test flights at design speed in December caused the stealth fiber matting to peel and bubble. So, Madam Speaker, when the Department of National Defence justified sole sourcing of the CF-18 replacement on the basis of only one contractor being able to perform the contract, it sole sourced the contract on a fiction. The truth of the matter is that no contractor has a plane capable of performing the contract. And it is an open question of whether Lockheed Martin ever will be able to perform the contract and whether it will be able to do so by 2020 when the CF-18 gets grounded. Best to put this out to tender, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a pleasure to rise in this House to reply to my honourable friend, the member for Beaches East York, on the important questions that he's raised. But, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that there are two important programs that are priorities for the Government of Canada that have been referred to in the question. One is the development of a new fighter jet capability, not just for Canada, but for 9 countries, all of them allies of ours around the world, which is intended to be the backbone of the fighter jet capacity for our Royal Canadian Air Force, for the U.S. military, not just the U.S. Air Force, and for 7 other allies. And the number could well grow by the time this aircraft reaches production. We're talking here, obviously, of the F-35. But I have to take exception, Madam Speaker, to something the honourable member said. It's one thing to dump on the project, to express skepticism about this aircraft, and even to deny the existence, as the honourable member's leader has done, the leader of the opposition, of hundreds of jobs across Canada in over 60 companies that are actually linked to the investments Canada exists because of the investments Canada has made in this developmental aircraft. All of those facts are beyond dispute. We say these things almost every day. They deny them. But it's particularly egregious, I think, Madam Speaker, to refer to this aircraft as a concept only, to say that it exists only in concept. Madam Speaker, if you go onto YouTube, if you go down to the United States, to the coasts, to Texas, where this aircraft is flying, the physical aircraft is flying, not just 1 or 2, but in dozens. And not just the standard version, which Canada may be acquiring in the future, but the aircraft, much more complex version, which is intended for aircraft carriers, which apparently landed 87 times on aircraft carriers in recent tests. So this project is important. Canada is committed to developing those aircraft with its allies, but this is just one of the 2 programs to which the honourable member referred. The other is the program to replace the aging CF-18 fleet that performs invaluable missions for Canada around the world, but particularly at home in protecting our sovereignty and protecting North America. This is a separate project. It's a procurement project. It must and will take place under the laws, policies, and regulations governing procurement in Canada. As such, it is under the leadership of the Minister of Public Works. And as we have said on this side, many of us, in recent weeks, the Government of Canada is absolutely determined to hit the same high standards of integrity, of transparency, of accountability in this project as we have in other important military procurement projects, such as the National Shipbuilding Strategy, and others which are actually unprecedented in the recent history of Canada, but which tend to be voted against by the member opposite's party. And he knows that as well as I do. It's nice for him to show concern about these things, but the bottom line is his party doesn't support this program, and we've come to no longer to expect his party's support. Our recent announcement was that this procurement will now be led by a secretariat involving all the relevant departments. Costs will be for the full life cycle. They will be estimated comprehensively. They will be verified. And all of this will take place in strict conformity to the procurement laws of Canada. Treasury Board will see to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his response. But it is indeed a worrying response. 2 things fundamentally were missed in all of that, Madam Speaker. First off is the very central point that the Auditor General makes in Chapter 2 of his recent report, which is in fact that these 2 programs have been linked in practical and real terms, that the investment and commitment of almost $1 billion in this developmental program is understood by the Auditor General to be in reality and practice actually a commitment by this government to the second program, which is the procurement program. And that's the second worry, that if this is really the priority of this government, Madam Speaker, they have gone around a very troubling and strange way of fulfilling a priority by putting all of their marbles in the F-35 bag. And I would recommend to my colleague that he read the GAO report, which talks at length about all the technical difficulties that still call into question ultimately the very existence of this plane as a fighter jet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't think anyone in the U.S. Navy, in the U.S. Marine Corps, in any branches of the U.S. military who have actually worked on this project He's questioning the existence of the dozens of F-35 prototypes that are now flying. Yes, Madam Speaker, there is a link between the two programs. The F-35 developmental aircraft is clearly a candidate, and we have stated it to be so, for procurement to replace the aging fleet of CF-18s. But that procurement, that purchase, which has not taken place, and for which funding is frozen for the time being, will only happen in strict conformity with our procurement laws once the Secretariat has done its work, once full life cycle costs have been presented to this Parliament, not just for 1 year, but in successive years, in the years to come. The member opposite will have the full benefit of that information, just as our government will. And the F-35, while remaining developmental, is nevertheless real, just as Canada's needs for a replacement to the aging CF-18 are absolutely real. And I would remind the member opposite that the Auditor General's report, and this is the report to which we give priority because it's a Canadian report and our procurement will take place in accordance with Canadian rules. That report did not call for a competition. It did not call for a reopening of tenders. It called for
We'll have to order, please. Order. We'll have to leave the debate at this for now. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've come here this evening to raise this matter in greater detail and look forward to the response from the government, because this is a matter that touches on every Aboriginal community in this country. The question, Madam Speaker, that I had put to the government, and in his wisdom, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs rose and spoke to the question when, in fact, I had intended to be directed to either the current Minister of Environment or the Minister of Natural Resources, who appears to be speaking on behalf of the Minister of Environment these days. And my question was about raising concern about the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency reducing to less than a quarter the funds available to consult with Aboriginal peoples in the review of major resource projects. And I followed up with that by putting a question to the government about how they could defend against the cutbacks, not only the cutbacks in the resources available to Aboriginal communities to participate in these reviews, but the very clear decision by the Minister of Natural Resources to be throwing unfounded assertions and name-calling of Aboriginal communities about their motives for being involved in the review of major projects such as the Northern Gateway Pipeline. It's important for this government to understand that when cases are brought before our courts and rulings are made by the courts, that the government is erring in law by not considering important information, that it's incumbent upon them to respond accordingly to the direction of the courts. And there was a recent, Madam Speaker, a very important recent federal court ruling a year ago, last summer, and that was by the federal court, who held that the then Minister of Environment had erred in law by deciding that he did not have to consider the impacts of his decisions related to threats to endangered species. He did not have to consider any potential impacts to Aboriginal treaty and rights. And the court further ordered the minister to go back and reconsider his decision. Now, in that case, the government still has not fully delivered on that responsibility, and they've been taken to court again. It's my understanding that the ruling has not yet come down. Why do I raise this important matter? Well, nobody makes it more clear how important it is that the government deliver on its responsibility for advance, thorough, direct consultation with Aboriginal peoples and to consider and accommodate their interests than the current National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. And if I can share with this House the recent words by the National Chief. He said, currently First Nations are often the last to know about major resource development. This relegates our communities to few options, usually resulting in confrontation. So we end up with protests and legal battles that frustrate opportunities for everyone and deepens tensions. We're not opposed to development, but we must be involved at the outset on exploration, ownership, participation, long-term sustainability, for environment, our communities, and our futures. And he said that economic partnership and direct consultation should be the cornerstone of the true reconciliation promised by the government. So I look forward to the response of the government to these serious concerns being raised by our Aboriginal peoples.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to respond to the question put by the member for Edmonton Strathcona. The government holds significant consultations and to, in fact, take into account their opinions when it comes time to make a decision on an issue that could compromise their rights. At present, the Northern Gateway Pipeline issue is at the environmental assessment stage, and I'd like to ensure the member opposite that the consultation of Aboriginal peoples is a key part of that assessment. The Government of Canada, through the Canadian Environmental Protection Agency, is applying a government-wide approach, and the government is working in close cooperation with to ensure, in fact, that the consultation is underway and for the regulatory approval. Madam Speaker, health and safety of all Canadians, as well as the environment, are priorities for our government. Understanding and reducing to a minimum the cumulative effects is an absolutely essential part of this process and overall governance, part of the plan for overall governance of resources in Canada. Canada has the legal obligation to consult and accommodate Aboriginal groups in certain circumstances, and we take that obligation very seriously. We consult Aboriginal groups when a federal activity could have a negative impact on an ancestral right or a treaty right. We are of the view that the consultations play an important role in sound management of rational policies and in this decision-making process. At present, we are working with Aboriginal groups, the provinces and the territories to develop a process which is focused on consultation and accommodations. This process will lead to an effective decision-making process and to a reduction and elimination of overlapping responsibilities with other administrations. The department supports federal employees, and on each project we appoint a coordinator for consultations with a view to establishing a Canada government-wide approach. These consultations help stimulate the situation. Madam Speaker, our government will continue to work in close cooperation with Aboriginal peoples on the development and implementation of strategies that will help us make enlightened decisions for future generations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there are a lot of generalities there, but Madam Speaker, what I'm still looking for are the specifics. And the specifics are becoming increasingly apparent as laid forth by the Minister of Natural Resources in this House. Well, frankly, Madam Speaker, mostly outside speaking to industry and only in response to questions that we raise in the House. It has now been revealed by the government of the day that they intend to reduce down federal assessment of major projects to just 3 agencies. So while previously Agencies such as Aboriginal Affairs have been invisible in reviews of major projects, including resource projects in Alberta. It is now apparent that they are not going to be involved at all. So who then, Madam Speaker, in this federal government is actually going to stand up and speak for the right of Aboriginal peoples to have a voice in decisions which directly impact their peoples, their lands, their waters, and their future interests?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, our government takes very seriously its obligation to consult. As the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona knows, the Crown has a legal obligation to consult and, if need be, to make accommodations when a project could compromise treaty and ancestral rights. And that is exactly what we are doing. Madam Speaker, we take very seriously our obligation to consult. The pipeline project is at the environmental assessment stage and at the stage for examining environmental effects. There are consultations with Aboriginal peoples, and this is precisely what the government has committed to do. We will meet that obligation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 10th, I questioned the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities to hear his reaction and intentions regarding a class action suit filed by a group of flood victims in the Richelieu Valley. And this question followed a press conference that was held on February 9th by Arsenault Lemieux, a law firm. Curiously, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety said that she sympathized with the flood victims in Manitoba, her home province. And I, too, would like to start by saying that I sympathize with the victims of the floods in Manitoba as well. However, at the time, the Minister of Industry told me that, and I quote, there are mitigation programs that the federal and provincial governments are working on an ongoing basis. But neither dealt with Manitoba nor public safety. My question was for the minister, and I didn't get an answer, and that's why I'm putting the question again this evening. So I'd like to start by talking about the specific situation, the people behind this class action suit. Mr. Dupuis, on April 23rd, was someone who had never had a flood. When we look at the certificate of location for this area, we see that this area was never identified as a floodable zone. Mr. and Mrs. Dupuis, on April 23rd, were forced to leave their home because of an increase in water levels in the spring, which led to 14 inches of water in their home. That's quite a lot of water. And they were only able to return to their house in December, 8 months later. To date, he has had to undertake $130,000 in work to make the repairs, and has only received some $37 in compensation. So that's one example. Now, what are these people looking for? If we provide some background, since 1963, there have been 25 water or situations where the water has risen in Rochester Point, which is the reference point. On April 1st, 1937, and this is not, of course, not recent, the government called for the building of new infrastructure and to set aside some $500,000 at the time. The International Joint Committee therefore approved the building of a dam and also planned for dredging that would occur in the area. On January 5th, 1976, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs stated that the government of Quebec would build this facility and would be doing the dredging in accordance with an agreement that was signed with the government. So that's the background, and here's the request. Now, what are these people, flood victims, asking for? they are calling for the government to, and actually are wanting to find out if the government will honor its commitment to build this infrastructure and to dredge the area in order to compensate for the water flows that vary. The consequence now, or the dredging would in fact reduce the water flow if the water levels rise too high, and this would help stem the flooding.
Public safety.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the honourable member's question regarding disaster assistance to provinces and territories for flooding in 2011, including those in the flood-affected Richelieu Valley in Quebec. And I'm very pleased to be able to clarify for the member the federal responsibilities and the federal commitment that our government has made and continues to follow through on. The 2011 flood season highlighted the importance of this government's continued commitment to strengthen the safety, security and resilience of communities across Canada. In the case of flooding, as with all emergencies, provinces and territories are primarily responsible for the design and delivery of financial assistance to those directly affected by a given disaster. The primary mechanism that the government uses to support the provinces and territories in post-disaster recovery is the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements. Since its inception in 1970, the Government of Canada has provided over $2.1 billion in federal financial assistance under the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, or DFAA, across the country, of which over $970 million has been provided to the Government of Quebec to administer. In respect of provincial and territorial jurisdiction, individuals who have not yet received assistance should contact their provincial or territorial emergency measures organization. This will allow our officials to process provincial requests for assistance in the most efficient and expedient manner. The province of Quebec has submitted its request for assistance under the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements. Public Safety Canada officials are working with provincial officials to move forward with the request as quickly as possible, as is the process. Should the application for DFAA be approved, Public Safety Canada will then work to review provincial expenditures in support of an advance payment in accordance with existing guidelines. In order to eliminate or reduce the impact and risks of hazards, some provinces made proactive, permanent mitigation investments in advance of the 2011 flood season. The Government of Canada is committed to sustainable investments in disaster mitigation. For mitigative measures taken in advance of the 2011 flood season, the Government of Canada has agreed to cost-share these investments with the provinces on a 50-50 basis. The Prime Minister also stated that the Government of Canada is committed to discussing a long-term national mitigation strategy. The member opposite will also note that Budget 2012 provided up to $99.2 million over 3 years to assist the provinces and territories with the cost of permanent flood mitigation measures undertaken in advance of the 2011 floods. That's a budget he did not support, Madam Speaker. He should have stood up for his constituents from Quebec and supported Budget 2012 to help with mitigation costs. Mr. Speaker, disaster mitigation is recognized as one of the most effective means to address and/or eliminate disaster risks. Investment in mitigation reduces the impact of disasters on the lives of Canadians. Additionally, it is an effective approach in reducing the financial burden on governments, businesses, communities, and individuals who are affected economically by disasters. The government is committed to the safety and security of our citizens. Through a collaborative approach to working with our federal, provincial, and territorial partners, we will continue to make our communities more resilient to all types of natural disasters. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very attentively to the response by the Parliamentary Secretary, which didn't address the infrastructure. Now, she talked about the $99 million over 3 years, but she's responding a question from the past by talking about something for the future. I'm not asking her what they're going to invest in. I'm asking if they are going to be honoring a promise made in 1937, which was reiterated by various federal governments and which means that the government committed to dredge the area to reduce the water flow for the river, and I'd like her to answer that. So that's my first point. Secondly, another issue that she didn't address was what the government was going to do with respect to this class action suit, which could be as high as $200 million for people who are affected by this flooding in 2011. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We will continue to be committed to the safety, security, and resilience of Canadians. Working with our federal, provincial, and territorial partners, we will continue to make our communities more resilient to all types of natural disasters. The Government of Canada supports victims of natural disasters in provinces and territories through the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, which is administered by the provinces. Public Safety Canada has received a request for assistance under the DFAA from the province of Quebec, and officials from both governments are working together in moving this request forward. I again would remind the member opposite that Budget 2012 provided up to $99.2 million over 3 years to assist the provinces and territories like Quebec with the cost of permanent flood mitigation measures undertaken in advance of the 2011 floods. I also remind the member that he didn't support the budget. He should have stood up for his constituents and supported Budget 2012. Madam Speaker, in closing, the government remains committed to closely working with the provinces and territories and affected communities to increase resilience and help return them to normal life as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.